Yo, what's up, folks? It's your boy Sports PSP. Welcome to another episode on the Sports PSP podcast. Hope everyone's enjoying a fantastic Saturday evening. Hope everyone's enjoying a fantastic day. Folks, if you want to hop on, add your comments. I put the link on the StreamYard on my YouTube. I will do that for my Facebook and also for my Twitter. Okay. So if you want to hop on and if you want to add your comments regarding the topics that we're discussing and much more, please feel free to weigh in. Hope everyone's enjoying a fantastic Saturday. See right here, I'm having my little Di Serrano. And folks, as you know, anyone who knows me knows I am a big, die-hard Oklahoma Sooners fan, as you can see right here. And anyone knows that there's a poster on the back of my wall over there. It's a Kyler Murray poster. And anyone knows I'm a big OU fan. I'm a big Kyler fan. And I thought about it very long and hard about the Arizona Cardinals 2023-2024 season. I think this is a team that is projected to finish last place, not just in the NFC West division, but the entire NFC. Kyler Murray won't start until perhaps midway of the season. Arizona, they fired Cliff Kingsbury, the head coach. Cliff Kingsbury, the reason why he was hired because of the air raid offense. Was he going to be the next Sean McVay, young head coach, knows how to work with quarterbacks, and also to Kyler Murray as well because of the air raid offense, which he's familiar with and which Kyler Murray is familiar with, which he ran in Oklahoma that led to him winning the Heisman Trophy back in 2018 in his first and last year as a starter in college football. John Keim, Steve Keim, I don't remember the GM. I'll probably bring up the GM's name, but he stepped down for the Arizona Cardinals. So you're talking about a new head coach. You're talking about a new GM for the Arizona Cardinals. If the Arizona Cardinals end up with the first overall pick, Caleb Williams from USC is the presumptive favorite to go number one overall. And I thought about this very long and hard. If the Arizona Cardinals have the number one pick, then in all likelihood, they're going to move on from Kyler Murray and they're going to go forward in a different direction with a young quarterback in Caleb Williams, who there are a lot of comparisons between him and the Kansas City Chiefs' Patrick Mahomes. So if the Cardinals end up getting the first overall pick, I believe they are going to trade Kyler Murray. I really do. I really do believe they're going to trade Kyler Murray, even after giving him all that money. And the reason why I believe they're going to trade Kyler Murray and move on to something different in Caleb Williams or Drake May from North Carolina is because Kyler Murray, what has been the concern about Kyler Murray coming out of the draft? His size. Even though he's listed at 5'10", 207, he's really more 5'8"-ish. And he's coming off an injury. He had a torn ACL, the Monday Night Football game against the New England Patriots. Like I said, he probably won't start until midway of the season. And there's concerns about his immaturity and lack of leadership. Just look at what Larry Fitzgerald Sr., the father of Larry Fitzgerald, Hall of Fame wide receiver of the Arizona Cardinals, who, by the way, was there for Kyler Murray's first 2 years in the NFL. You look at what Patrick Peterson had to say on his podcast, Kyler Murray don't care about nobody but Kyler Murray. You look at the former offensive lineman of the Arizona Cardinals, who's no longer there anymore, I can't remember the team that he was on, Calvin Beecham. He said Kyler Murray got to grow up. And there were reports during the Super Bowl about Kyler Murray, the Super Bowl between the Cincinnati Bengals and the Los Angeles Rams, about Kyler Murray being self-centered, immature, finger pointer. I think that was from ESPN's Chris Mortensen at the time. And there's also been immaturity issues with Kyler and whether or not he takes football all that seriously. I mean, think about it, folks. The Arizona Cardinals had to put an independent study clause in his contract. It was removed, but before it was removed, they put an independent study clause in Kyler's contract in which stipulates he must study 4 hours outside the job. And Kyler has even admitted that he doesn't spend a lot of time watching film. I think he has to be traded because with the new GM, new head coach, again, they didn't draft Kyler Murray. They dealt with him. So I believe if they have the number 1 overall pick and Caleb Williams is the guy, and there's a lot of comparisons between him and Patrick Mahomes, then of course they're going to draft Caleb Williams. You know, prototypical 6'1", 218, can throw from different platforms from the football field, and dynamic as a runner. So, of course, in business and in life, folks, the moment you can find someone that can do just as good, if not a better job than the previous person, you're going to replace the previous person with someone else. That's just not only in business, but also in life, whether marriage, relationship, whatever the case may be. That's just all part of life. And I believe Kyler Murray should be traded. Now, the team I believe Kyler Murray should be traded to is the Atlanta Falcons. Yes, the Atlanta Falcons. And here's why. You're talking about a team that's in one of the worst divisions in the NFL, the NFC South. You can argue the AFC South, but the NFC South is right up there. Number 2, with Atlanta, you're not sold on Desmond Ridder or any of these quarterbacks in the NFC South. On paper, Derek Carr may be the best quarterback on paper. Who knows? Bryce Young could be better. Bryce Young should be better than him because, after all, he was drafted number 1 overall for a reason. Number 3, we've seen quarterbacks that have gotten their money and they've been traded. For an example, look at Jared Goff. He was traded after the 2020 season. He was traded to the Detroit Lions. The Los Angeles Rams gave up 2 first-round picks, Jared Goff, and a third-round pick to the Detroit Lions in exchange for Matthew Stafford. You know why? Because the Rams felt like we made a mistake giving Jared Goff all that money, and we feel like he's holding us back. So in order for us to get to where we want to go, we got to go with Matthew Stafford. And it paid off because the following year, Matthew Stafford was able to get the Rams to the Super Bowl and won. You also look at Carson Wentz, who the Eagles drafted with the number 2 pick in the draft, 1 spot after Jared Goff. And Carson Wentz in 2017, had it not been for that knee injury, he would have won league MVP. He was on his way to winning league MVP. Had 33 touchdown passes to only 7 interceptions. Then the following year, the Eagles gave him his money. They let Nick Foles out the door. Carson Wentz had a solid year in 2019, helping the Eagles win the division. And then in 2020, in the second round, they drafted Jalen Hurts out of Oklahoma. Now, why was it that they drafted Jalen Hurts? Yes, Carson Wentz did have durability issues, but a huge reason why I think, and what a lot of people think, is because Carson Wentz lacks the intangibles. And Jalen Hurts possesses all those intangibles. Coming out of college, he wasn't the greatest thrower or passer in the world, folks, but he has great leadership, great work ethic, great intangibles. He puts in the time, he puts in the work. And look, last year, the Eagles went to the Super Bowl. Jalen Hurts only made one mistake in that Super Bowl. That was the fumble. But overall, he played pretty well. No shame losing to the Kansas City Chiefs in what many consider the best quarterback in football, let alone the best player in the NFL, in Patrick Mahomes, who at this point is already not only a Hall of Famer, but a first ballot Hall of Famer. So we've seen examples of teams drafting players that high in the draft, giving them a certain amount of money, and then being traded. So why not Arizona with Kyler Murray? You mean to tell me if you have the number one overall pick, and if Caleb Williams and Drake May are available, you wouldn't take their hands? You wouldn't take a chance on those quarterbacks if you're Arizona? The reason why I say Atlanta, Kyler Murray wouldn't be in a bad position in Atlanta because, again, terrible division, and he's got a plethora of weapons. You know, Kyle Pitts, who was a generational talent coming out of Florida, drafted, I believe, the 4th overall pick. They drafted Drake London in the top 10 last year, in the 2022 NFL draft. And they drafted Bijan Robinson with the 8th overall pick. Now, I think they made a mistake drafting Bijan Robinson. I thought they should have drafted Jalen Carter because he was the best player available. And we've seen with running backs, and I'm sorry, running backs, we've seen running backs that have been drafted in the 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th round, and they've been productive. So you don't necessarily have to draft a running back that high or pay a certain amount of money. But with Kyler there, that's a plethora of weapons. Who wouldn't want that in Atlanta? And the ATL. If there's any quarterback that kind of reminds you of Michael Vick, outside of Justin Fields, Lamar Jackson, Kyler Murray is in that category. He's shorter, he's miniature compared to Michael Vick. Michael Vick is like 6 feet, 215. Like I said, Kyler is listed at 5'10, but really more 5'8-ish. But we all know Kyler, when healthy, man, he is fun to watch because of how he can escape and how he can run with the football. His legs are so dynamic. They really are. I mean, go look at the play against the Raiders in week 2, especially with the 2-point conversions. He is just that unique as a talent. And I think in the ATL, and I think what also, speaking of Michael Vick, I think he can be a great mentor for Kyler Murray, both on and off the football field, because Michael Vick, as we all know, folks, drafted number 1 overall in the 2001 NFL draft out of Virginia Tech. You know, Michael Vick, the Michael Vick experience in those days in the ATL, they were fun, electric. At that point, he was probably the most exciting football player. Not the best, but the most exciting football player in football during his early days in Atlanta. Look at the game against Minnesota in overtime when he ran for that touchdown. Look at the way he was rushing the football and how he somewhat revolutionized the game of football because of his legs. And Michael Vick can also help Kyler Murray off the field because Michael Vick even admitted, and we all know the situation with the whole dogfighting thing in 2007. He pled guilty, and then ultimately he served time in prison. Michael Vick could be a great mentor for Kyler Murray. Now, Kyler Murray does not have any off the field issues like Michael Vick, but Michael Vick can help Kyler Murray be a mentor on and off the field because Kyler Murray does have issues with immaturity. And Michael Vick admitted during his time in Atlanta, he didn't take it as seriously enough. He even admitted in an interview on 60 Minutes, last guy to show up, first one to leave. And Kyler, there have been questions about his work ethic and study habits. Perhaps Michael Vick, who could be like a brother figure to Kyler Murray, can tell Kyler and tell him, yo, man, you have a tremendous amount of talent. Don't squander it. And I think it has to work, because if it doesn't, then I don't know what will for Kyler. I would like to see him in Atlanta because I think they are a quarterback away. Even there are some people saying that on the panel, and people that I know that have Atlanta coming out the AFC or getting to the NFC Championship. I don't see that. I mean, but they're a quarterback away. They need defense, of course, but I think with a top 10 quarterback, and Kyler, when healthy, I think is a top 10 quarterback in the NFL, they would have a chance. With him there, those weapons, as I mentioned, with Kyle Pitts, Bijan Robinson, Drake London, it's not a great division anyway in the first place. But why not Kyler Murray in the ATL? He would excite that fan base. It would give more of a reason for people to watch Falcons games as they do Hawks games. And just like Kyler Murray, Trey Young is from Oklahoma too. So Oklahoma, the Oklahoma connection, changing life for ATL. Coincidence? Who knows? You never know. But anyway, those are my thoughts. I think Kyler Murray should be traded, because if Arizona has the number 1 overall pick, they should draft a quarterback, and they should draft the best one available, which is Caleb Williams. And I think Arizona should trade Kyler Murray to Atlanta, because if you surround them with weapons like Drake London, Kyle Pitts, Bijan Robinson, and you're in a bad division, you have a better chance of winning that division and competing. And I think this would be a best situation for Kyler. And we've seen examples of quarterbacks that have been drafted high and getting their money and moving on. And look at Jared Goff last year, folks. Jared Goff had an excellent season. Should have made the Pro Bowl, in my opinion. And the Lions, they are the favorites at this point to win the division, the NFC North division. Now that Aaron Rodgers is gone, now that he's with the New York Jets, the Minnesota Vikings, we're seeing them at our very eyes. Kirk Cousins is who he is. They lost Dalvin Cook. You look at the Chicago Bears. I believe Justin Fields will improve, but no one considers the Bears the favorites to win in that division, because there are a lot more areas they have to address, which is defense and which is their offensive line. So that's what I think. But I think Kyler Murray should be traded to the Atlanta Falcons, because, look, they're a quarterback away. If you have a legit quarterback in that division to compete against Derek Carr, Bryce Young, a rookie, and Baker Mayfield, who is an OU dude, mind you, but this is not his 6th year in the NFL, and he's played on 4 different teams. And you could say he's a bust. That's how I feel about Baker at this point. So I believe the Falcons, they are a quarterback away from competing. I really do think they are a quarterback away of competing. I do think they have a chance to do something. That's how I really feel. But anyway, I'm going to add my cousin on to the stream. Go check out my cousin, Nathan. His username is John Superman. Go check him on Instagram. Go check him out whenever he's out there on social media, folks. Let me add him on. Nate, man, how you doing?
Doing well, bro. How's everything with you?
Good, man. What are your thoughts about what I said regarding Kyler Murray? I think he should be traded, because I think if Arizona has the number 1 overall pick in the draft, they should go with Caleb Williams, the Heisman Trophy winning quarterback out of USC, who some consider the next Patrick Mahomes. And on top of that, I think given Kyler's durability issues, his size, and immaturity, I think the team that he should be traded to is the Atlanta Falcons. But what's your thoughts about Kyler?
I thought you did a great job explaining, bro. It's really difficult to kind of find like another angle because I thought you explained so well. I think the number one thing for me is like speaking from like a big picture thing, which is at the end of the day, when there's a question about your work ethic, that's really concerning for me. Just especially being, we're sports heads. We talk about the sport. We enjoy sports. The fact that he can't put the 4 hours in to watch film while we as fans, take in 2 hours and 30 minutes or 3 hours to watch games and you can't watch 4 hours of film per week. It's extremely concerning for me, especially as a fan or if especially as a coworker or a teammate. I can't imagine how that must feel. A general manager is coming out, an ex-general manager in Steve Heim says that you need to grow a bit and you're worth 200 plus million at this point. That's, the big picture thing for me is if work ethic is an issue, you're coming off injury and you've got teammates coming out and saying that you only care about yourself. I think there's a lot of red flags around them. I think Atlanta's, again, they're one quarterback away. The fit makes sense on paper if he works hard, but there's so many layers. I mean, at the end of the day, you got guys in the front office saying he doesn't work hard. You got teammates saying he doesn't work hard. You got guys who are journalists who have had, their sources saying he doesn't work hard. So there's got to be some credibility to that. So that's really where I stand is at the end of the day, you can't perform the NFL without working hard, especially considering um, coaches get better at coaching against you. They understand your strengths and weaknesses. The only way that you can catch up with coaches game planning against you is to improve and get better. If he's not in the film room and he's not getting better because he's been hurt, he's rehabbing. Um, I just feel like it's going to be a lot, man. You're going into a new offense, and um, I'm again, when someone doesn't work hard, I don't think I can comfortably pay that 200 million now. But I do think Atlanta will make that move.
All right. And for those who think I'm making it up with Kyler Murray, this is from the New York Times. This is what he told the New York Times back in December of 2021. I think I was blessed with the cognitive skills to just go out there and just see it before it happens. I'm not one of those guys that's going to sit there and kill myself watching film. I don't sit there for 24 hours and break down this team and that team and watch every game because in my head, I see so much. So, in other words, based on from reading that quote from Kyler Murray, what he's saying is, I'm so unique as a talent. I don't need to put in the requisite time to prepare and study in order for me to get ready to go and play football. That's what I took from that quote. What do you take from that quote?
It's a disgusting comment to make, like especially when you look at the greats and the amount of time they put in. You look at the Peyton Mannings, you look at the Patrick Mahomes, who has a lot of natural ability himself. He still puts in the time to put in film. It's not like offenses change dramatically unless there's a coaching change within teams. So it's like, yeah, you're going to see a lot of the same schemes. But to come out there and say that you're not putting in the additional work when it says it in your contract, at the end of the day, you signed that contract saying you're going to put 4 hours in the film. After that 4 hours, you can decide to do whatever you want to do with your time. But if you're not putting in that 4 hours, that means you haven't upholded your side of the contract that you signed to. So for me personally, him saying that he's built different and he's a 6 foot guy who's coming off an ACL tear and
5'10. He's listed as 5'10.
5'10 and he looks 5'8 and he doesn't have long arms or big hands. So, that's concerning for me, obviously. Does he have natural ability? For sure. I can see him 20 years after his career winning flag football competitions, probably. You never know. He can really play the game. But it's just like, at the end of the day, man, film is a part of any sport. And if you're not putting in the time and you're coming out saying you don't need it, that's really, really condescending to the game, to the coaches that put the time in. You don't think Bill Belichick puts the time in, the amount of hours that he puts in? You think he doesn't see the game better than probably anyone who's ever seen it? And you don't think he puts in additional time to watch film? Very disrespectful, I think, again, from a fan perspective and front office perspective, teammate. It's just a very disrespectful way to go about that question.
Mm-hmm. Kyler, we all know he had the ACL injury on the Monday Night Football game last year against the New England Patriots. He probably won't start until maybe midway of the season. Um, when healthy, where would you rank Kyler compared to quarterbacks currently in the NFL?
It's hard to rank him because if you look at his foot speed, he's not necessarily the the fastest quarterback. You look at a guy like Lamar Jackson, who's probably the most elusive, and he has a little more length on him.
Mm-hmm.
He's not necessarily the best thrower of the football, and on top of that, we question his IQ and decision making. So it's difficult to rank him. I would say at his best, you never know, man. He could be an MVP candidate. He can challenge any team's best quarterback. You can put him in so many different schemes because of his escapability. But when you already have issues with length and seeing over the offensive line, and you're not watching film to know where guys are going to be, or at least anticipating where defenses are going to be, that's really concerning for me. I got to put him talent wise. When you look at the big picture, if he puts the work in, he could be as high as top 5. Honestly, he could. Like there's not a lot of guys you could easily put over him. Obviously, you got to put Patrick Mahomes up there. I still think Aaron Rodgers is still a better quarterback than him, even at this stage.
Easily.
So I still put him somewhere in the top 5. Again, strictly talent because of what we've seen him do at his best. But again, at his best, we'll put that in quotation marks. It's a hard ask for a guy who's coming off injury who doesn't put the time in away from the field.
If I had to rank Kyler as far as quarterbacks, and I hope my man Brandon from the block, he hops on the podcast, he even said that a healthy Kyler Murray is better than Trevor Lawrence. What do you think about that? Because I don't see that. As much as I love Kyler, I wouldn't say a healthy Kyler is better than Trevor Lawrence.
I like Trevor because Trevor has every single characteristic you would ask for in a quarterback. He's cool. He's collected. He comes from a stable family, which is obviously what we see coaches look for in a quarterback. Is someone that has a father. It sucks to say it like that, but they want you to come from a background where, you understand what it takes to be a leader. You understand how to be led. Having a father figure, I think there's a lot of boxes that he checks. He's 6'6". He's fast. I just think there's something about Kyler Murray that's just so exciting to watch. Like there's just, as a fan, when I look at Kyler Murray play, like it literally becomes almost like a video game. So from like a watch point, it's incredible to watch him play. But I think Trevor is such a safe pick. He can throw the football. He's getting better. He had just a great year, and you're seeing his improvement as a thrower. I think, obviously him being a young quarterback, each year that he plays is going to be a massive step forward. So I think safer pick would be Trevor, but it sucks to say it. I hate going safe in the NFL. I love Kyler's game. I think him getting paid too early, I think, kind of took his hunger away. Hopefully that'll change if he's in a different a different city. Maybe he has a different outlook or a newfound motivation going to a different city. But just really sad to hear some of the things I've heard about him away from the scenes.
All right. Before we ask a couple more questions, want to give a shout out to SLC James. Thank you for commenting, man. You still believe in Kyler from a championship quarterback perspective? Let me respond to that question, and Nate, you can respond to it as well. But for me, no. At this point, until Kyler Murray has those types of intangibles, which he certainly is lacking, physical standpoint, despite the size, I mean, he's talented. He is fun to watch, and I love how you brought up the point, Nate, about he's like a video game. I mean, he is like Tecmo Bowl. I mean, you remember Bo Jackson when he the Tecmo Bowl games?
Yo, big throwback, man. Have me look back.
No, okay, but if you he just watching him play, he is like a video game. I mean, if you watch the play against the Las Vegas Raiders in week 2, when it took him like 20 plus seconds in that 2-point conversion, I mean, he is fun. He is unique to watch. I just don't think Kyler Murray is putting in the amount of time. So not only I have concerns about the size, I have concerns about the work ethic. And I just paid this dude a certain amount of money for him to study. I mean, it's embarrassing that Kyler did sign the contract knowing that that was a part of the contract. It's also embarrassing on the Arizona Cardinals part because why would you make this public? I mean, is this your way of trying to make Kyler look bad? I mean, perhaps so because of all the reports and all the things that have been said about him. But I don't see Kyler at this point being a championship quarterback. Nate, you can respond.
I don't see him as a championship quarterback. Obviously, when work ethic, again, I feel like I keep harping on that, but once work ethic is in question, you're not a championship quarterback. The margin for error is really thin, and at the end of the day, we've looked at some of the more I hate saying boring quarterbacks, but like a Drew Brees who's so consistent, about the same size, maybe a little bit taller, but he's a film guru. He studies the game. He puts a lot of time in, and he just understands how to make big throws when you need them. Obviously it's not as exciting to watch, but we recognize in this game that being a guy who can consistently make the right reads in tight windows and know where the defense is going to be, Tom Brady is not making, 60-yard throws on a regular basis. Although he's had some big seasons throwing the football, we see Tom Brady as much more of a 10, 15-yard guy, 7-yard guy. Those guys are so valuable in the league. Big play guys are valuable as well, but at the end of the day, I got to be able to trust you to be in the 65, 70th, percentile as far as throwing that football and completion rate. And I just don't think him not watching film, him coming off of injury, teams knowing how to game plan against him, new offense, him having to start from scratch and building rapport with his teammates. And they already have these things behind the scenes that, teammates, obviously they know they have some type of insider info on who this guy is away from the field. There's just a lot of challenges that he has to go through this year that I just don't think he'll be able to answer.
All right. Yeah, tank for Caleb about to be crazy. Yeah, no question about that, LSC James. And it hurts me because Caleb Williams, before he went to USC, he used to play for my team. I mean, the Oklahoma Sooners right here, folks. I mean, it hurts me that he's no longer in Oklahoma, but he had to make a decision for himself. But yeah, tanking for Caleb about to be crazy.
No,
And go ahead, man. Nate, can you hear me?
Oh, my fault. I thought you wanted.
No, I thought you wanted to respond.
Oh no, I have the same sentiment, man. Again, like I feel like you did such a great job explaining the situation with Kyler. It's really hard to find something to disagree with you with or to add. My biggest thing is just that big picture, man. Again, Caleb is incredible. I think so you know how it is, man. Every single year we say there's going to be another Patrick Mahomes, there's going to be another Aaron Rodgers. It never really pans out that way.
Right. I really don't like the comparisons yet, but I can understand what people see in Caleb Williams. He's phenomenally talented.
100%. He can throw the football, and he has a really nice throwing form, and just a lot of good signs from him. Also, extremely mature in the locker room. Guys really rock with him, which is great. But Kyler was very much loved in college as well. I think people have to recognize a lot of these sentiments that people have about him now are fairly, and they said it was post him getting that contract. So like, I'm just saying, like,
I think we lost Nate. Apologize for that, folks. Nate is having some technical difficulties, so once that's resolved, I'll definitely bring him back on the podcast. But let me continue on with this comment from LSC James. He says, "I'm not high on Kyler. I think he's talented, but his tangibles are a 0, and that hurts when you're trying to win." Couldn't agree more, LSC James. And if you want to hop on the podcast, let me send the StreamYard link again. And folks, man, come on. You got to hop on the podcast at some point. You got to weigh in and talk about what y'all feel about with Kyler Murray. Look, to make it short with Kyler, I think he's tremendously talented. There's not a question about Kyler Murray in terms of his talent. The question remains with Kyler Murray are his size, because that was the issue people had coming out of college. How's a quarterback at 5'10", listed at 5'8", going to have success in the NFL? And the other concern is his maturity. So I think the maturity is a major concern because at the end of the day, the mind controls the body. And I just don't think Kyler is putting in the necessary time just in order to be the best quarterback that he can be. And that is a concern because he is the face of your franchise. He is the CEO of your team. You just paid him a huge amount of money. And Nate brought up the point with the money. Money doesn't change you. It makes you more than what you already are. So if Kyler was this way before he had the money, imagine what he's going to be when he has the money. Even worse. So it doesn't change you. It makes you more than what you already are. Um, Let me read a couple of comments and then I'm gonna bring Nate back on the show. Aquarius Williams, thank you for commenting. Cardinals just have bad luck drafting quarterbacks. I mean, yeah, no one can argue. I mean, before Kyler, they did draft Josh Rosen with the 10th overall pick in 2018. And the following year, they ended up getting the number 1 overall pick and drafting Kyler Murray. So it seems like Arizona just hasn't had their success with quarterbacks. And Ayo, with his comment, Kyler Murray is lazy, and when your star quarterback is lazy, it affects your entire team. Quarterbacks set the standard and help maintain and create a winning culture in a football team. Yes, I still believe there are a lot of other components that go along the way, coaching, defense as well. But of course, quarterbacks, they're the CEOs, they're the face of the franchises. I mean, look at Tom Brady. They're held to a different standard compared to any other position out on the football field, and they're placed on such a enormous pedestal. So, guys, thank you for commenting. And if y'all want to hop on the podcast, hop on. But Nate, can you hear me now?
Yeah, I hear you.
All right. What were you going to say regarding Kyler? You talked about with the money that the Cardinals gave him.
Really, just keying in on the fact that before he signed that contract, people really rocked with him, man, and he had a really great personality. People say that he's a positive guy in the locker room. I haven't heard necessarily negativity coming his way, but I have heard about him having somewhat of an elusive quality to him now, like somewhat cocky. Obviously, he's gotten that 280 million. He may feel different about himself now.
Mm-hmm.
So I just want to make sure that him going to a different team, I think would be great for him to start fresh and really clear up a lot of the BS that's been in the air about him so far. Hopefully he can, again, he's so exciting, man. I really hope it pans out. So I think Atlanta has to make that move. It just looks amazing on paper, but if what's happening away from the field is serious and he's really not putting work in, I just can't take that 200+ million out of my pocket for him.
Okay. I'm glad you brought that up. Do you see him in any other team outside of Atlanta? Any other team?
I love Atlanta because we've seen that model work before. Like the Michael Vick model, like you've keyed in on, which is the exact point I wanted to harp in on it. I thought you did such a great job explaining. Like Atlanta loves exciting hoopers, like hoopers, ballers. Like look at a guy like Trae Young, who's not necessarily a winner, but he's so exciting to watch on the court.
Right.
You look at a guy like Mike Vick, who was explosive with his feet, and Kyler Murray fits that mold.
Right.
I don't think Atlanta's as focused on winning. They're more focused on just having an exciting brand of football. Because of that, he can succeed. So
Right.
I think it's a great spot for him to go. Just makes sense because he doesn't necessarily have to win over the fans.
Right. I mean, look, and the Falcons, they haven't won a championship. I mean, Matt Ryan was the closest to help him bring a Super Bowl, and Matt Ryan, as good as he was nowhere as exciting to watch, even though I think Matt Ryan has been at best a top 10 quarterback. And I believe you can make a case that he's going to be in the Pro Football Hall of Fame, although a lot of people will bring up the choke jobs and all that other stuff. But I think with Atlanta, they're more interested in flairness. They're more interested in excitement. They're more interested in putting fans on the seat. And Atlanta is a big market. The ATL, that fan base there, the hip hop, the music entertainment, with Ludacris, T.I., 2 Chainz, Migos, all the rappers in the ATL, man, it would definitely put fans back on the seat, and it gives that fan base and that city something fun to watch. So, I think Kyler there would be great.
They're at least an above average team. Hopefully, obviously, we're praying on the injury bug, right? That he doesn't get caught up with that again. But if he comes back and he's about 90% of himself, and he's moving well on that leg, I think 90% of Kyler Murray is still an incredible player, especially if his mind is locked in. So, I mean, they got to be an above average team with the pieces that they have. So you get some, some decent level of winning. I say at least 9 wins would kind of be where I would tag them. I think they're going to have some early season struggles because, again, a new offense. I think there's going to be some awkwardness to that. Um, Once that clears out, I think they'll be great. I think they're going to have a push somewhere late season where I think everything will connect for him as long as he's putting the work in.
All right, let me read a couple of these comments right here. LSC James, thank you for commenting again. Thoughts on the New York Giants expectations this season? I don't know why we were hesitant to extend Saquon to a lengthy deal. We threw him the franchise tag instead. I think LSC James, and before I let Nate give his opinion, remember the past couple of years before last year, Saquon Barkley has been injury prone. And we've seen with running backs when they reach a certain age and when they haven't been able to stay healthy, it's easier to replace them. I mean, look at Dalvin Cook at this point. Even as I mentioned, 4 consecutive seasons of over 1,000 yards rushing and 43 touchdowns in the NFL, he's now out of a job. He's not. I mean, he's not even on an NFL roster, and it's not because of his production. They just feel like with running backs, you can just replace them just like that, and it's sad. But Nate, what do you think about what LSC James has to say?
I always tell people to, you know, key in on some of the great running backs that have been pretty much dropped by their teams out of nowhere just because of the fact that they were vying for bigger contracts. You look at like the Le'Veon Bell situation, which was disgusting that year.
Hmm.
At the end of the day, like no matter what your production is as a running back, there's a certain amount of touches that a running back can get probably each game before they break down. There's a lot of sports science that the NFL has um, to back numbers that there's probably a 5 or 6 year point where you start to see running backs dip off, especially when you're getting 30 touches per game, 20 touches per game. Look at what happened to Ezekiel Elliott.
Right.
He just looks like a completely different running back, and he's fairly young.
Yeah, he's about to be 28 years old, and now he's not even the same anymore. Coming out of college, he had a lot of burst and acceleration, but now the only ways that he's effective is you hand him the football in 3rd and 1, 3rd and 2, 4th and 1, 4th and 2.
and it's not his fault. I don't think. I think a lot of people kind of make a lot of these guys, accountable, but I don't think people realize, like, me having played football, I didn't have an opportunity to play at the highest level, but football takes a toll on you, man. Like, there's a mental toll you take, especially being a running back. I think 6 years in, he's bound to have had a plethora of concussions, lower body injuries. Um, you know, you're going to be a different person after that, man. 6, 7 years of getting beaten down, and not to mention that there's no great running back without a great line. I think the only guy I can think of that was able to get by without a great line is an Adrian Peterson, and he was just built different. There's not a lot of guys like that. So
Right.
it because the offensive line it's so closely tied with the production of a running back, and the fact that you can just replace those guys with cheaper options just doesn't make a lot of sense if you're trying to, you know, get more significant free agents. Like, obviously you'd rather give that money to a quarterback, positions that last 10 plus years in the league, as opposed to give that money to a running back where he's one ACL tear away from pretty much being a nobody. So that's where I stand with it. I understand why owners have some type of, they have their limitations with how much money they can give the running backs when it comes to filling out rosters.
Right. All right, let me read a couple of more of these comments. Patrick L. Brown, thank you. Go check out his podcast. Go check out the work he does regarding the Lakers and much more on the Grid Network, the GRYD Network, which is also where you can catch me on Commanders Demand. Appreciate you, Patrick. And he has a couple more comments. This is what he said. Running back position is the shortest shelf life. They only get one contract and have to cash in sooner than later. Todd Gurley hasn't played in 2 years. Yeah, couldn't agree more, Patrick. I mean, running backs, they got to try to get that bag as quickly as possible, and they got to take a huge chunk of the bag because the opportunities of them getting a long-term or big-time contract compared to any other position, slim to none. And let me read another comment from Aquarius Williams. if Kyler changes his approach to the game, he could definitely make the Falcons one of the favorites in the NFC. And, that is interesting because I did mention about the weapons that Atlanta has. I mean, they did draft Kyle Pitts a couple of years ago. They drafted Drake London last year. They drafted Bijan Robinson, who, even though I'm still not sold on, because, again, you drafted a running back that high, I felt like they should have went with defense and went with Jalen Carter. But I understand Jalen Carter had some off the field issues, and of course he didn't do so well at the combine. But look, to each his own. So, do you really see, Nate, Atlanta, if they have Kyler, competing in the NFC?
I think they'll be great. Sky's the limit. They have all the pieces to be great. The only thing that they need is some continuity. Some time together would help. Obviously, I'm looking at this almost like a lock to happen. It's just a perfect fit. I just can't see any team wanting him more, especially considering the hole they have at the quarterback position. I think they'll be great with him. I really wouldn't be shocked if they came out and won 11 or 12 games. Obviously, he's going to be out with his ACL tear, and that makes things a little bit tricky the way the season begins. Hopefully this year doesn't end up like a wash if they do trade him and he doesn't play the beginning of the season. Obviously you're going to start off with a couple of losses, but I just love his game, man. Like, watching him play, he's just a joy to watch as a fan.
Right.
So I hope the best for him. I hope he shapes out. I don't want to say he didn't earn the money, because when he was playing, that guy could just ball out. I think it's just going to come down to him just putting the work in. Put that 4 or 5 hours in. If he's not putting that in now and he's able to be this productive as a guy who doesn't watch film, like, can you imagine if he was able to just stay locked in? He just has so much natural ability. I think he'll be great. It just comes down to him.
Yeah, and Patrick Brown commented again, Todd Gurley had 2 good years. His knee flared up during the Super Bowl in 2018. Since then, he wasn't the same running back in 2019. Zeke got the richest contract, and everyone lost their minds. Of course, Patrick, let's not forget Christian McCaffrey as well. I mean, because Christian McCaffrey, he got that bag, and he can still be effective with the San Francisco 49ers, no doubt about it, but injuries, man. But again, I don't have a problem with running backs getting their money and taking a huge chunk of it, because the opportunities of them to make money compared to any other position is slim to none. And back to Kyler, I thought about Atlanta. There were some other teams I definitely gave some interest. Tennessee, because of Ryan Tannehill. I just don't think he's the successor. And hold on, folks, before I add my opinion, we got another dude in the podcast, Brandon from the Block Podcast. I always hop on his podcast every Mondays at 7 p.m. Brandon, what's up, man?
What's up? What PSP? What's up, y'all? What's good?
What's up, man? We had a discussion with Kyler. I don't know if you heard what I had to say regarding Kyler Murray. I think Kyler Murray should be traded, and the team I think that he should be traded to is the Atlanta Falcons, because I'm not sold on Desmond Ridder as the quarterback. I think the Falcons are a quarterback away, and I think if you put Kyler with the weapons that they have with Kyle Pitts, Drake London, Bijan Robinson, and when you look at his skill set, if there's any quarterback that kind of reminds you or fantasizes you about Michael Vick, other than Lamar Jackson and Justin Fields, Kyler Murray is in that category. So I think that would also work for him in the ATL. I think Arizona, if they get the number 1 overall pick, then of course they're going to draft Caleb Williams out of USC, the Heisman Trophy winner. What says you, Brandon?
Well, I like the Falcons as well. I think it's another great team that would be good. Let's see. If Daniel Jones don't pan out, but I don't think he should go there, because they really have no weapons. All they got really is Darren Waller. But number 1, I'll just say I'll say Falcons. I like the Falcons pick. Kyle Pitts, Drake London, Bijan over there running back. They got a running game going on.
Right.
So yeah.
All right, and we got another guest on the podcast, Coach Dante. Man, thank you for hopping on, man. How you doing, man?
I'm doing awesome, man. How you guys doing today?
Good, man. So Coach Dante, I don't know if you heard what I had to say about Kyler Murray. I think Kyler Murray should be traded, and I thought it very long and hard. I think that the best team that should trade to get Kyler Murray is the Atlanta Falcons, because Kyler Murray probably won't start until midway of the season. And I think if the Cardinals, which is one of the teams that is projected to finish last place in the division, they're going to draft a quarterback, and they're going to draft Caleb Williams, the quarterback out of USC, or if they draft Drake May out of North Carolina. Brandon knows Drake May. I mean, Drake May is really good. So if the Cardinals end up drafting a quarterback, then I think they should trade Kyler to Atlanta, because we've seen examples before. We've seen Jared Goff. We've seen Carson Wentz, where they got their money and then they end up getting traded. And I think in Kyler, if you put him in Atlanta in the ATL, that would definitely bring excitement to that organization and the city of Atlanta. And it kind of reminds you in some ways of Michael Vick, because Michael Vick, early in his career when he was in Atlanta, he was the most, in my opinion, the most exciting football player at that time. He was on the cover of Madden, the Michael Vick experience, the touchdown run in that overtime game against the Minnesota Vikings. I think Kyler can bring some excitement to the ATL. And before I asked Coach Dante this question, let me read you this comment from Patrick Brown. Zeke's contract kind of reset the running back market, but we know Jerry overpaid and didn't have much of a choice. We just watched the Chiefs win a Super Bowl with a 6th-round pick, referring to Isaiah Pacheco. Yeah, and at the same time, Pat, I agree with you. And also, too, he did draft Zeke that high, and Jerry likes taking care of dudes who he drafted. Jerry's very big on the draft as opposed to free agency. So, Coach Dante, what's your thoughts on what I had to say regarding Kyler? Would you like to see Kyler being traded to the Atlanta Falcons? And is there any other team you could think of, like the Titans or whoever?
I will stay in the NFC side. I would think the Minnesota Vikings. Kirk Cousins on his last year, I think that would be a great opportunity for the Minnesota Vikings can get a quarterback after Kirk Cousins. I like the receiving core they got. I think it's actually an underrated receiving core when you add Jordan Addison over there in replace of Adam Thielen. When you have Alexander Mattison over there, Justin Jefferson. Also, you got T.J. Hawkinson over there, who's one of the top tight ends in the NFL. I think that's intriguing, but I want to give a bold prediction. And I think the Cardinals are going to be so bad next year. I don't think they will I think they should sit Kyler Murray out. That's how bad I think the Cardinals will be next year. I think they're going to be one of the worst teams in the league, if not the worst team in the league.
Yeah, I think that I mean, you could definitely make that case. I mean, with the new head coach, the new GM, they might be the worst quarterback in the team. Might be the worst quarterback. Might be the worst team on paper. So I wouldn't rule out that possibility, and especially given the fact that Kyler is coming off an injury. So you don't want to rush him and put him in that type of predicament. But I want to go back, and I'm glad that Brandon's on the podcast. Now, Brandon has been on the record. Anyone who watches his podcast, anyone who's watched him on TikTok, he has been a strong critic of Trevor Lawrence. And before, let me get into Patrick. Atlanta would have to give up draft pick equity to get Kyler. He needs to grow up and be a better leader. His immaturity issues are a concern, and being in Atlanta could be a truth or dare matter. But Patrick, I also mentioned about Michael Vick. I think if anybody who can get into Kyler Murray's ear is Michael Vick, because we all knew Michael Vick. We all knew about the off-the-field issues that he had that led to his incarceration. And Kyler Murray, if there's one person you want to fantasize about being Michael Vick other than Lamar Jackson or Justin Fields, I think Kyler Murray is in that category. And I think Vick could mentor and guide him both on and off the football field. And plus, even Vick admitted he didn't take his career seriously. So let's add on that. But Brandon, you have been a Trevor Lawrence critic. You said Trevor Lawrence is the most overrated quarterback in the NFL currently. You even said a healthy Kyler Murray is better than Trevor. Do you stand by that?
Andy, you weren't the only one.
What? Oh,
you weren't the only one. I got him at number 12. I think he's
Trevor Lawrence at 12.
He did. He actually said that.
Wow. Yeah, man. Me personally, bro, I think people like having this man in the high, like the people having this man like close to 6'7", I think is ridiculous. People having this man over Lamar, I think it's ridiculous. Hurts, think it's kind of ridiculous. I just think people just rating him so high over this just one playoff game, man. Like that's really it. I gotta see more from him, man. Next year if he plans out to be good, maybe I'll boost him up a little bit, boost him up my rankings a little bit. I don't know where, but hopefully I can see him being in that top 6. I don't see him being top 5.
A healthy Kyler better than him.
Yes, because I've seen what Kyler Murray has been. Kyler Murray, that's the difference, PSP, when it comes to Trevor Lawrence, Kyler Murray. Trevor Lawrence was bad the first half of the season. Because you remember with Kyler Murray, I think it was 2020, they were 7-0. They were 7-0.
2021.
Yeah.
And Kyler was on his way to winning MVP. He was the favorite for the MVP at that time.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, Trevor Lawrence was never like that.
He wasn't, but at the same time, it is important to bring up that his first year he had Urban Meyer as his coach, though.
Hey, I could do the same thing. Like Kyler Murray had Cliff Kingsbury.
So you saying that? So is that easy?
Hey, I'm just saying, man. And Kyler Murray, I just think he's a better quarterback now. Throwing on the run, I'm getting the Kyler accuracy. I'm going Kyler.
Okay. So you saying Kyler is more accurate than Trevor?
Right now, what I've been seeing, for right now, yeah, I'm still going Kyler. Man. I'm still going Kyler with accuracy. I'm still going Kyler.
Nate,
Trevor Lawrence be nuts sometimes, man.
Okay. Nate, where would you Nate, you said talent-wise, Kyler could be top 5. I don't know where you rank Kyler. You probably have him somewhere around that 13th, 14th-ish range.
I'm really doing that to him just because of the amount of time that he's missed. Obviously the allegations that he hasn't put the work in. So, I got a rating based on that.
Mm-hmm.
One thing I will say about Trevor Lawrence that I really do like is I think he can really play. Again, he fills in a lot of those basic checks that people want in a stereotypical quarterback, and he's fast. He's 6'6". There's not a lot of problems with him away from the field. The only thing I would say about him is he's not like a high energy guy. He's not one of those guys that's going to galvanize the troops like that. I think he needs some other leader in the locker room in the way that Joe Flacco needed a Ray Lewis. I think there's got to be another leader in that locker room that galvanizes the troops, and Trevor can just go out there and ball and focus on that part of the game. I think that's the only thing that he's missing is, like he said the game is just a game to him. It's not the biggest deal in the world. And I think that's fair. But for a lot of those guys that are vying for contracts that gave their life to this game, that saved their family because they played the game of football, that got their families out the hood, the game means something else to them. So I think you got to have a leader that can at least, get the most out of those guys, because I don't think Trevor is that type of leader. In the same way, I don't think Kyler Murray is that type of leader as well. I think those guys would really, really do well on a team that has another vocal leader. Whether it's on defense, whether it's an offensive lineman, like the way that Jalen Hurts has a guy like Jason Kelce who can ride with him. Even though he's young, he doesn't have to speak his word, because you got a guy like Jason that will come out and defend his quarterback, to the end of time, So those guys can have a guy that can, stand behind them. I think they'll do a much better job. They're just not lead guys per se,
Okay. And Dante, before we move on to the NBA, you have Trevor 12. Please explain why.
Because just the same thing Brandon said it, and again, we're not gonna act like he didn't have Travis Etienne in the backfield, who had a great season, 1,100 yards. So we're not gonna act like he didn't have him in the backfield. And against that Chargers game, I understand. Yes, you give him full credit because he did come back in that game with 4 touchdowns after he threw 4 interceptions. But in the second half, Travis Etienne was able to run the ball in the second half. Doug Peterson was able to put the ball in Travis Etienne's hands, and he was able to run the ball effectively, which did open up the field for Trevor Lawrence to make those easy throws to a Christian Kirk, to a Evan Ingram and stuff like that. So I think him, ETN, being able to run the ball in the second half, I think that made a big difference. Now, in the first half, when they did throw the ball a lot, what was Trevor Lawrence throwing to? He was throwing to the other side. He was throwing to the Chargers defenders. So I believe that second half, when Travis Etienne started running the ball, I think it opened up the whole field. And it wasn't a record-breaking season. It was I know it was a 24-8 season, but it wasn't like a record-breaking season for Trevor Lawrence. And again, we can bring coaching up in it, but throwing that many turnovers and not seeing a field very well, that's still a quarterback issue. But I understand Urban Meyer. I knew Urban Meyer wasn't a head coach. He should have stayed in college. But it was a problem. But I'm not sold on Trevor Lawrence. I'm not just gonna put him up there after one solid season, a 24-8 season. But you did have an 11-yard running back in the backfield as well.
Here's the reason why. Go ahead, Brandon.
Hold on. I gotta put my camera on for this. Hold on. So I gotta hear what's the 12 quarterbacks you got. I gotta hear.
To be honest, for one season, I have Dak Prescott and Kirk Cousins in front of him at number 9. And I have Derek Carr in front of him because he's with an actual better team. He's with an actual better squad, which is he never had a top 10 defense in front of him. Now I think he's going to be actually better. I think he's going to be actually better this season.
So you said Dak Prescott?
Wow. Yes.
Yes, he thinks Dak is better than
more proven. I just think he's more proven than Trevor Lawrence, even though he does fail in the playoffs. But I do have him over him from the time being. But if he can have an elite season, I will bump him up. I'll say to the top 5. I will bump him up like that. Yeah, I had Derek Carr. I don't think he's that bad of a quarterback. I just think the Raiders wasn't even a good team. The Raiders not even a great squad. They're not even a good team. Okay. And the Raiders were never top 5 or top 10 in defense. Defense been so bad. Defense was just so bad. Like I said, then last year you had Josh McDaniels who didn't even want him on the team, who quickly gave up on Derek Carr. I think with the Saints this year, with outside of Devontae Adams, who was the Raiders' best weapon? Because you didn't have Hunter Renfrow on the field. Darren Waller, I believe he quit on the team last year. Mm-hmm. Now he's with the Giants. But other than that, I think Derek Carr will have a better year this year. And Kirk Cousins is statistically in the regular season a good quarterback, but playoffs just not good. In big games, just not good. You look at Kirk Cousins' numbers; his numbers is great in the regular season, just not great in the playoffs.
I don't know how Dev is going to handle this if we bring him back on the podcast Monday. But here's my thing, and but a lot of people bring up the playoff game. Yes, the first half he was awful, and this is the example. And hold on, let me read this comment. Patrick, Arizona had the worst head coaching hire in this cycle. They chose Jonathan Gannon over Eric Bieniemy. I agree there. Who is clearly the better option, but Arizona will be on the head coaching circuit in 3 years. And also, too, Patrick, Eric Bieniemy, the reason why people didn't hire him as a head coach is because of the race. It's because people use that argument. Well, he didn't call plays under Andy Reid, but that was never said when it came to Matt Nagy, Doug Peterson, John Harbaugh, and any other head coach around the Andy Reid coaching tree. Not taking a shot at Andy Reid because we all know Andy Reid's a great head coach, but it's a shame that Eric Bieniemy has to pay and is now the offensive coordinator for the Washington Commanders. Now, as a Commanders fan, I love it. I'm happy. I think he'll bring life to the table in DC, but he should have been a head coach, and it's a damn shame that he's not. But back to Trevor Lawrence. Yes, he didn't play well in the first half. He threw 4 interceptions. But I've brought up this example, Brandon, to Sports Talk because we all know he's a diehard Chiefs fan. Remember Andrew Luck's second playoff game against the Kansas City Chiefs at home, and they came back from a 28-point deficit. And Andrew Luck in that first half didn't play well either. But the way that he overcame that, yes, he didn't play overall well, but I think for him to come back and lead his team to victory, I think that counts for something, given the fact that you're this young in his career. And I believe as time goes on, Trevor Lawrence is going to get better. I actually have Trevor 8. So here's my top 10. Mahomes, Yeah, Mahomes is in a class by himself. I have Burrow. I have Allen. I actually have Jalen Hurts over Justin Herbert, even though Justin Herbert is a more talent. No, I do. I like Jalen Hurts. I like the intangibles. He's gotten so much better as a passer, and I just think in bigger games and bigger moments, I think he comes up more. Justin Herbert in big games, big moments, I don't trust. So I have Herbert 5. And then I have Aaron Rodgers 6. I have Lamar 7th. I have Trevor 8. I actually got Geno 9th. I think Geno Smith is a top 10 quarterback, and I think he'll have another good year. Probably won't be as good as it was last year. And then number 10, if he could stay healthy, and we'll have a conversation about him and Tua, him and Kyler and Justin. Tua. I got Tua as my top 10. If Tua can stay healthy, that is the question with Tua. I think Tua, early on, he was playing magnificent. Go look at the game against the Ravens. Go look at the other games that he played this season. The only concern with Tua Tagovailoa has been durability. So those are my top 10 quarterbacks. But like I said, Brandon, Justin Herbert, yeah, he has talent-wise, I think you can make a case he's right up there with the Mahomes, the Burrows, and the Allens. But in the big games, in the big moments, Brandon, we can't disregard that, though.
Oh my God! See, this the thing, though. PSP, like, we know the last game of the season, bro.
I understand it was Brandon Staley. I understand it's that defense, but you are a top
that's
5
not what I was going to bring up. It wasn't even about the defense, but like the last game of the season, the coach put Mike Williams in the game, bro. Look what happened to him. The dude was hurt.
He was injured, right? And the Chargers, they should be better next season because now they added another wide receiver, Quentin Johnson. Ironically, they keep getting big body receivers, but Keenan Allen, Mike Williams, they have durability issues. And not only that, Kellen Moore is going to be the offensive coordinator. So the quarterback's coach and the offensive coordinator is no longer there, the previous ones. So you got Kellen Moore. And I think Kellen Moore should be a head coach in the NFL because of what he can do as far as calling plays. And I like what he can do. I think he will do a better job with Justin Herbert than his first 3 seasons. You can agree there, Brandon.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, Kellen Moore, to me, is a better offensive coordinator than
coach.
What you said? What?
No, were you trying to say that he's a better offensive coordinator than a head coach?
No, I'm saying who was the Chargers offensive coordinator at first?
I think Brandon Staley called plays. Their head coach called the plays.
Yes,
but Brandon Staley's for defense.
I think he called offensive plays. I think Brandon Staley for the Chargers.
I think so. That's probably
he called plays for the Chargers.
Yeah, but yeah, I'm saying like Kellen Moore. I think he's better than Brandon Staley when it comes to offensive plays.
Right.
I can hold you. I can see Herbert doing another 5K.
He can. Chargers messed up by not hiring Sean Payton. I'll take Herbert over Tua and Kyler any day. Yeah, I agree there. And given the fact that Sean Payton was on Fox Sports, he was on The Herd with Colin Cowherd around the LA area, which Fox Sports is located. He should have stayed in Los Angeles, but Denver probably hired him a ton of money that he couldn't refuse. And this better work. And this is not only on Sean Payton, but also on Russell Wilson, because if it doesn't work out, it's over for Russell Wilson in Denver, because I can't imagine a better situation for you. I mean, last year, the offensive line was terrible. Nathaniel Hackett was the head coach. It seemed like he was there only because they thought they had a chance getting Aaron Rodgers. But Russ, to his credit, though, he was awful. I mean, let's be honest. The Colts game, the Rams game, Christmas, the Tennessee game, the Chargers on the road. I mean, Russ overall looked bad. So, and then one more comment from Agrarius Williams. Joe Lombardi was the offensive coordinator for the Chargers. Joe Lombardi.
Yeah.
So, yeah. Thank you, Agrarius, for that comment. But, fellas, let's move on to the NBA. Nate, I'm going to let you go first. Kobe Bryant. God rest his soul. It's been 3 years since that tragedy. He will be on the cover of NBA 2K24. I think it was a great choice. It was
Mhm.
the only choice because 24, remember, he wore 24. And what better player who wore the number 24 than the Black Mamba himself? What's y'all thoughts about it? Nate, I'm going to start with you first. All right, Nate is having some technical difficulties. Brandon, what says you, man?
Yeah, love it a lot. I mean, there was no explanation really that he wasn't going to get it. He deserved it. RIP to the late great Kobe Bryant, top 5 player all time. Yeah, man. Not only that, it's crossplay now. I love it. The only thing now is really I it's the same cover art from last year, just a different player. Like I think they should have more like a different type of cover art, make it more unique. You know what I'm saying? It's still a good cover.
Okay. All
So,
right,
yeah.
that's cool. Hold on, let me see if we can get Nathan back on. Nate, can you hear me, man?
Yeah, I hear you guys now.
Yeah. What's your thoughts about Kobe Bryant being on the cover for NBA 2K24?
Honestly, when is 2K going to start making a better game? You know, like it's just not an exciting game to play. I put it down. I found myself waiting for the next game 2-3 months into the game, which goes to show that the replay value of it isn't great. And another thing I want to ask is when are they going to when are they going to start paying back legends that they keep using their images for to keep rebranding their game? It's the same game they put out every year. I feel like, putting Kobe on the cover is great, but if don't just use a dead legend to back a bad game. You know what I mean? Like, improve the video game. Obviously, a lot of the old time 2K heads have kind of gotten off of it. You see, no kids will play anything, so the younger generation is still on the game. But it's tough, man. I mean, I used to buy 2K every single year. I bought 2K this year, and I can count the amount of times I probably played it maybe 20, 30 times, and I put the game down. So, personally how I feel. Great to have him on the cover. Great marketing move. I think everybody's going to buy it, but I think it's just going to be another sad 2K year.
All right, Coach Dante, what says you, man?
Of course, I buy 2K every year, and I think it's solid to have them on the cover. Of course, I don't too much care about the gameplay about that. Only gameplay I care about was Park when I used to go to, but they do need to change a lot of stuff because that stuff is bad every year. The game is bad every year. Everything, every time, every year is something crazy going on with the game. But I'm not mad. Kobe Bean Bryant, RIP to him. I like it. I like him being on the cover.
All right. Let me folks, we may got another visitor in a second. Leaf is about to hop on anytime second. He's having some technical difficulties. Matter of fact, he's probably on. Leaf.
Yo,
What's up, man?
What's good, Coach Brand, PSP?
What's
going on with y'all?
What's going on,
man?
Yeah, bro.
I heard. I guess I just came in on the 2K situation. Or the 2K conversation. Excuse me.
Yeah.
Yeah. What Buddy said last, man. Obviously it's the same game, man. But the fact that it's hoops, man. Yeah, like it's gonna get some money thrown on it. Obviously, bro. Like it's probably the game I would play even if I don't want to play it half the time. They do Kobe on it for a good marketing move. Another questionable move is the fact that this year's 2K coming up is not only the 25th anniversary of 2K, but this is going to be the first 2K that's going to be cross-play. That means PS5 versus Xbox Series X. Me personally, I think the shit is going to crash because 2K service has always been shit. They've been shit for years. And I don't expect nothing to change. There's people there's a reason why they don't have no phone line where you can call. They used to get called to get cussed out by their fans by getting kicked out of games and getting lagged out of games and all of that. There used to be random shit all the time. So it ain't gonna really be nothing there. It's the crossplay probably gonna fall on his face. It seemed like a shit show, bro. Like that's my whole take on it, but realistically, but. Yeah.
All right. And fellas, before we move on, I'm actually glad y'all said what y'all said about 2K. No one is arguing about Kobe being on the cover, and it's great though. But I'm glad y'all brought up this point because I thought about this question. Do y'all think 2K is just as bad, if not worse, than Madden?
I think Madden. I think I think EA has pissed a lot of people off in general. I think Madden is one of those things. Madden is one of those games that's going to be played too if you're a football lover, but at the same time, the modes the competitive modes that people are going to be playing the most, the ranked matches, the ultimate teams, and all of those things, and the online franchising and everything. Those are the modes that a lot of the Madden players have been frequently frustrated with, because over the years they've changed development teams. They allowed the people that made Dungeons and Dragons basically make the Madden make the Madden football game in the last couple of years. You know what I'm saying? So if they get a new it really all about development team. 2K is just lazy. That's all they is. They like, the thing is 2K is just wrapping up all of the competition and basically like, yo, the hell with you. Like, they basically, like, for no lack of a better term, basically, fuck you, nigga. What you gonna do? Play NBA Live? So that's basically that's basically what, like, that's basically where they coming from. Madden, they just have the wrong development team. So I think Madden could get their shit together. I'm actually looking forward to NCAA coming out either this year or next year, because if NCAA football come out, that's always been a game that I've been willing to play. For the college, the throwback college stars, and I think they're gonna have a college ultimate team where you can have like Barry Sanders, Heisman Trophy winners, and like all the old school players and all that type of thing. But we'll see how that goes with Madden. But if I had to say, 2K is more tolerable for me because I'm a little bit more of a basketball fan than a football fan. Like Madden, I'm not giving them no money, period.
All right. And before I let one of y'all hop on, Patrick, he said the last 2K I played was the Jordan edition. Since then, I rather play NBA Jam on Super NES. Just saying. Jordan versus Bird for all the Nintendo retro gamers.
I do remember those games.
No, those were good though.
Those were good games.
And they were great games. Great games.
LSC James said 2K does clear Madden though. But go on, Brandon. What you got to say?
Yeah, I don't know what about y'all, but when I play 2K, like I kind of quit playing Madden because I don't think it was the same like it was like when Madden like Madden 23 first started. But like with the 2K, man, I've been on that my team, bro. I don't know about y'all, but I've been on that my team, man. My team is fun.
I heard my team is good, and
my team is nice.
My team is good, but it's just my team is more of a tolerance thing for me, man. I'm at the point where I've been playing 2K for so long that I like all of the hyper competitive modes. Like 2K has really turned into like a team-based game, especially in the my career modes. You know, when you're playing with your player, you want to find like your two guys on your friend list, man, that you trust. You know, you'll go into like the 3v3s and the 2v2s, and then it's more harder to find the 5v5s because like nobody don't trust people like that no more. 2K it navigates from like friend, like 2K has definitely ended friendships over the years. I'm not gonna lie to you. So, but Madden, I think Madden is more likely, like when you get pissed off in Madden, you want to hurt somebody. You want to hurt somebody on the development team. That's what you want to hurt. You pissed off at the development team. This is not supposed to happen. There's no way he's supposed to stiff arm 5 dudes on his way to the end zone. We've seen shit like that. We've seen the unthinkable in Madden. That's what we've seen. We've seen clips of it on YouTube, on the internet. We've seen the unthinkable. We've seen people rage. Listen, not to put the story out there, but it has been a Madden tournament that has been shot up. Like real shit. That shit was on Inside Edition. Like no funny. Like I'm not even being scarce about it. Like y'all guys could find it on Inside Edition. Like it was a scary moment. Some Madden players, RIP to them and everything. But like, listen, Madden will take you there. I think 2K is a little bit more tolerable, but just because it's basketball, it's a little bit more fast paced. But Madden, you got to have more patience and everything. And if you don't, you pissed off at the development team more than you pissed off at people you're playing against. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But what you said make a lot of sense. I really like, as a basketball fan. One, I gotta say Madden is a more difficult sport to make a multiplayer mode for. You know what I mean? People like action. When you got to play as one player on an 11-man team, it's a little trickier to make the game exciting. Like especially if you're playing as a D-back on Madden in the career mode, like it's a little difficult, man, because you know you just want exciting play after exciting play. So it's like you're playing a D-back Madden and you're trying to, I don't know, force an interception. It don't work that way. So like just the nature of the sport, it's a lot easier to make a multiplayer game for basketball. Obviously, there's some limitations just because of the sport, but
Yeah.
and also ball is life. Like there's that aspect of buying the kicks. There's that aspect of going to the playground. There's that aspect of getting your boys. Like there's a culture aspect of basketball that 2K can
Right.
offer. So like obviously, like I'm gonna say 2K is the better game in general when it comes to multiplayer, but
Yeah.
like 2K is lazy, man. Like it's
2K is definitely
every
lazy,
year,
man.
every
Definitely
year,
every year.
and it's like I was
Mhm.
nice at 2K, bro. I still play 2K to this day, but I'm 28, man. Like you know how it is. The older you get, or you
Yeah.
bullshit. You can't take the BS anymore. It's like I'm really down to not buy the next game just to be petty. Seriously.
Well, I think the only reason why a lot of people is buying it because of the League Pass year that they're giving away. They starting to give that shit away more, and that's helping me watch a lot more basketball games on my phone. And just to keep up with these spaces and keep up with these debates. Yo, PSP, is that a picture of Wemby getting dunked on?
Yes.
Scott Jones.
Yes. We're gonna talk about
Oh,
him.
we didn't get into Wemby yet.
Yes, we're gonna talk about him. We're gonna talk about him. You think I was gonna forget about that? I wasn't. But anyway,
but to speak a little bit more on the 2K thing, I think 2K is definitely a lot more tolerable than Madden. Just in terms of like the play, everything is a little bit more fast paced, fast, quick. But it's
and more international. I think it's more international.
Yeah, definitely more international as well too. So you can play against somebody that's all the way on the China servers and everything, and get them on like a U.S. servers and everything. Team up with them. Y'all run off like 10-part games and shit, and get your rep up and get your my player up and everything. And I mean, but 2K is a little bit more easier to grind over the years. I say every year is your my player is a little bit more easy to grind. That the my team thing, like that's a little bit more of time. It's more of like a time thing. Like you're gonna play more modes to spend less virtual currency, less money to virtual currency and everything. So like it's same thing with Madden. With Ultimate Team, like if you're gonna play a lot more if you want to spend less money on the pay to play modes. You know what I'm saying? So
I agree. But I agree with your point, Leaf. I can't wait to see what they're going to do bringing the college football game. I'm going to be intrigued.
Absolutely.
No question about that.
How many of y'all play the Mr. NCAA football days?
I do.
Of course, me too.
Yeah, man. I just missed the mascot games was silly. I ain't really bothered with them, but I definitely missed like the throwback Heisman game mode.
Yes.
Had like the Bo Jackson and I think they had RG3. Tebow was my guy, bro. Like, I used to play with Tebow all the time. So like I missed those game modes. Yeah, definitely, man. But I'm looking forward to NCAA in the future.
No question. Patrick responded, give me Madden 02 or 04 on PS2. Tecmo Bowl with Bo Jackson was cheat mode. Yeah, it was. I mean, no question
Tecmo
about
Bowl,
it.
Yeah, that's old school. I got a quick story on that. That game is still updated and played to this day. They do it on the emulators. I don't know if you guys know about the emulators on PC gaming and everything in terms of like the old school Nintendo Super Nintendo Genesis emulators. They bring those back in basically college dorms. It's more like a college dormitory type of thing, and it turned into like a big thing in the small states and everything. And they have tournaments online. I think they still have like a Tecmo tournament. You could probably Google and find it. I don't remember the website, but they still do that as well.
All right. Before we move on, Dante, do you have any comments about 2K or Madden? Which one you rolling with?
Nah, I'll take 2K because again, like we were talking about the 3v3 and the 5v5, which is in 5v5, you got to go with a team. You got to go with a solid team. You don't want to play with a bunch of randoms and stuff or someone that you don't know. So I'll say I'll still be playing 2K.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, Brandon, Nate, y'all got any more responses?
Nah, I'm good.
Yeah. And I think Lee said enough. Everything that he said, I rocked with, man. Like the game's lazy. I still rock with 2K, but I think this year, I got to put my foot down. I'm not buying that next game. I know that there's not going to be a lot of people that take that stand with me, and they're still going to get their money regardless. But I
Listen,
didn't.
I'll probably save my money buying some Jordans or some shit. I ain't buying another video.
It's 60 for the game, bro.
I say that every year, PSP, and I still do
I ain't gonna lie, but I've been saying it. I had to stop lying to myself because the thing is now they add more pre-order stuff to it. You know what I'm saying? Because
Yeah.
now that they added like the new they're giving away subscriptions to League Pass the whole year. Remember League Pass?
When they said that leave, I said, "Oh yeah, I'm definitely getting it."
Yeah. When they said that, I was like, you know what? I'm like, am I gonna watch League Pass? Because I kind of wanted to watch some teams. This is like, I ain't gonna lie, this is probably the most basketball, like in terms of like all of the 30 teams that I've watched most of the year, like and most in a year, in terms of like just tuning in the NBA TV on one night, and then I always tune into the Nets stands, because I live in Brooklyn. Damn the Knicks, we don't care about them. And like the tune in games and everything, and like the TNTs and the ESPNs and the ABC games, obviously. But this is like the first year that I really watched a lot. Two teams I was paying attention to, obviously the Utah Jazz, which is where Wembanyama needs to be. The Spurs they didn't deserve him at all, and people are going to see that from the highlights of the game last night. And I was focusing on the New Orleans Pelicans because I was waiting for Zion to go off, but he turned into a sucker. So
Well, now we finally getting ready to talk about the NBA Summer League. Last night, Victor Wembanyama, the number 1 overall pick, made his debut and struggled in that game. He shot 2 of 13 from the field, had 9 points. He did have 8 rebounds, 5 blocks. But overall, there are a lot of people, particularly Mookie. Anyone who knows Mookie, rated R, Sports Debate, he's already going as far as calling Victor Wembanyama a bust. So, Leaf, I'm going to let you go first because I don't know if you're skeptical on Victor Wembanyama, but you said that Zion would play more games this season than Victor. Do you stand by that?
Probably not. I ain't gonna lie to you. But I only said that out of frustration because I knew what team that was gonna be perfect for Wembanyama and the perfect, and after everything that I seen last night in terms of the way that he has to navigate on defense and has to cover, I think the perfect team for him was gonna be the Utah Jazz. Think about it, like I wouldn't have had a problem with him going to the Spurs if they still had Yaki Proto. That would have been another big body that could take hits instead of him. Because if he's standing in the middle of the paint and I'm coaching the opposite team and he's standing there and we in transition, my game plan is to go at him every single time. Every single time. You go at him full speed. You do not hesitate. You go at him full speed because the full speed plays he can't take. When it starts to slow down in half court and he can pick up, that's when he's a great defender. That's when his defensive presence means something. You know what I'm saying? So as far as his defensive presence, I think that's going to be key for a lot of teams. The little side note real quick, Greg Popovich is officially back. He has signed that 5-year extension. Yes,
more
he
than
has
80
signed that
million.
5-year extension. And I personally think that this whole thing is going to fall into space because Greg Popovich has old school traditions and old school values of how he coaches and how he does things. And these new players are not really, I don't think these new players are really going to fall in line with that. I think Victor Wembanyama, I think everything that's going to push him to the forefront is going to be behind the scenes, his PR team, his agencies, all of that type of stuff. And Greg Popovich might be pushed out sooner if not later. So, but the Spurs seem like they're gonna allow Popovich to give this kid a shot, be delicate with him. If he could change his old school ways and his old school values, he can't coach him the way he coached Tim Duncan and Greg and Tony Parker and Ginobili. He has to coach him a little bit differently. It has to be a certain amount of delicacy with him because his body can break at any given moment. And we all seen the way he was landing yesterday. If you guys watched the game, offensively, I thought he got the shots that he wanted. I thought he was he seemed a little bit rattled. You know, I wasn't really necessarily worried about. Yeah. He definitely looked little bit out of source and whatever. But he seemed like he got the shots that he wanted a little bit. But the thing is, I don't think he was really trying to force anything. He was being a little bit passive. He had a couple of assists. I'm really impressed with his vision on the court. I'm really impressed with how he could see the floor, how he's sort of becoming more of a willing passer. I think that's more probably because he didn't have his offensive game going, his scoring going. But I'm really impressed with his ability to be willing to pass. Obviously his defensive presence is going to be a nightmare on the court. This is a dude. He blocked a shot on Brandon Miller. I believe he had 1 foot
at the
behind
top of
the
the key with
3-point
the
line.
3.
Yeah, he had 1 foot behind the 3-point line, and he got to that anyway. And Brandon Miller is like a good 6'9", almost 6'10".
Right.
So my thing is like he can get to shots, and then another play, the kid tried to body him. He got the foul on him, but he blocked that shit out of bounds. He sent it. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
So my thing is like he's gonna be able to block shots. I think he may be the leader, the shot blocks leader. He's already proven that there's no easy layups and there's no easy layups and there's no easy mid range and there's no easy jump shots.
Right.
But
you did bring up the play in which you saw on the overlay of him getting dunked on by Kai Jones?
Yes, and that's kind of how you have to attack him, because on that play he's known to go for the block instead of go for like the steal or the deflection, because that's how he's taught. You know what I'm saying? He's basically playing everything. Everything that he's indicating on the court is what he was taught in terms of like, all right, read and react plays. All right, I got to do this on that play. If he would have deflected the ball and before the pass got to Kai Jones, that play wouldn't have happened. But the fact that he went for a block when Kai Jones got the ball, that got his monkey ass dunked on. You know what I'm saying? So that got his monkey ass dunked on. So
good, Desto.
That's
good, my boy.
Desto, you work at Target?
Yes, sir.
Oh man, oh shit.
I would have.
No, I don't blame you. You gotta get your grind, man.
Nah.
I hope
Because
we
he
can
had a
get
red
you in
shirt
trouble.
on. I was like, wait a minute. I'm like, nah, my bad. I ain't dogging nobody for working at Target, man. Shout out to everybody.
No, it's all good.
I used to work
No,
at
it's
Target.
all good. I just hope I ain't getting you in trouble. I don't want that.
No, I'm straight.
Nah. He on break right now, bro. He drinking soda and everything. But yeah, I think Wemby's defensive presence is there, but the thing is, the way that you attack him is a little bit more glaring. You have to attack him in full speed plays where he's like where he's at a standstill and you get coming straight downhill and you getting ahead of steam, or them plays where you got a lob threat and you could just go over the top of him or off the ball and off of quickness, because he can't really guard them. He's gonna come up on the screen because he's looking to block the shot. That's what's gonna get him in trouble. So I think he at best, I think he probably had in this situation. I think he probably has 3 years before he starts to really break down. And I think he's drafted to the wrong team. I'm gonna tell Chilltown that, because he seemed to believe that you have to build around the 19-year-old. You shouldn't have to build around the 19-year-old. Man, I think had he would have been sent to Utah, had the San Antonio Spurs still had Yaki Proto, I wouldn't have been as mad. But the fact that they don't, that allows him to play out of position, which is exactly at the center, and I don't think he needs to play that. I think he needs to play with a brute body up force type of rebounder behind him. That way he could have less of the paint responsibilities, because he could guard on the perimeter as well, simply because of his wingspan.
All right. Hold on. We got some comments from Tyson. I asked in the comment section below because there are some people, particularly Mookie from Rated R Sports Debates, calling Victor Wembanyama a bust. Tyson said, not a bust, but a project. All right, that's more fair. And Dev Sports, salute everyone. So, Desto, glad you're on the podcast, man. What are your thoughts about Victor Wembanyama's summer league debut?
Well, first I want to say appreciate you letting me on PSP. Salute to everybody on the panel. Dante, sure. Appreciate your support too. I think it's insane Carlos do the Bush at the summer league game. I think it's we jumping the gun, but I did see some things that I was kind of questioning when he got drafted. I mean, just looking at him as a prospect, just the strength, the consistent, mobility. Upper body strength, lower body strength. You can see that in his game, and that's just some of the, when he gets to the NBA, for real, it's gonna be stronger players, faster players, smarter players. Um, it is a lot of things that he needs to work on, but it is a lot of positives I've seen. I think his his playmaking ability really stood out to me. He made some really nice passes off the dribble handoffs, um, just like kind of like just like getting the ball out early, and the rim protection was really good that I seen in the summer league. I think he's a project, just like Tyson said, and it may take like a year, 2, 3 to get him right, but I think
Right.
he can get there. I think I agree with Chilton. I think he's drafted to the right organization. I think um, it's pretty interesting how Coach Popovich seen that game yesterday,
Mm.
and now he just re-up for like a contract extension.
Yeah,
So
5
I think
years, more than 80 million.
yeah, so that's good. And he's worth it. He's one of the best coaches of all time. So no, I mean the debut didn't necessarily impress me, but I saw some things that I already knew was there, and I saw some things that kind of made me think, okay, he can really do this in the league. But I definitely think it's a project. It may take 2, 3 years for him to come out and be the star player that they expect him to be. It's gonna take a little minute. I think his body has to get there because his body isn't there. He has the height
Yeah,
and
that's a
everything,
concern though.
but
Yeah,
yeah, his body definitely has to get there. But if he works towards it and he can avoid injury, I think it's good. So I mean, the debut it wasn't that really impressive, but I'm not gonna take much out of it. I'm not gonna call him a bust at the end
right.
game.
I think people are way overreacting to just one game when it's just the summer league. But the concern is that size frame. If he's having those types of problems in the summer league, then imagine what he's going to be on the professional level against guys who already have their man body. But
Exactly.
I believe
Mhm.
with him, he's going to grow. He's only 19 years old. I do trust Greg Popovich. I believe Popovich is going to help build the kid and help him grow. Is he going to be the next Tim Duncan? Let's not do that to the kid just yet. Let's see
Yeah.
him become the best Victor Wembanyama as he can be, and then we'll go from there. But Brandon, what's your thoughts on Victor Wembanyama's game last night?
Calling Victor a bust is crazy off of one game for summer league game. Makes no sense. Um, I mean, I don't know why people expect this man like the first game to drop 30 points, 10 rebounds and stuff like that. People want like it's crazy, man. Like you gotta let this man like you know what I'm saying grow. Like I think he was kind of nervous a little bit. I think the off
Yeah.
his he got to work on his 3-point game a little bit. But what I like from him is his shot blocking, man. That dude's going to be a problem in the rim protection. He gonna be a problem. I'm talking
Yeah.
about like he might break records in the future, like when it comes to blocks and stuff like that. Like dude's insane. Dude
Right,
played bad and still only had like 5 blocks. Get what I'm saying? So
Yeah.
like,
right. And
yeah,
to Desto's point, I did like some of his playmaking off the dribble. So it shows you how versatile he is as far as like handling and passing the ball. That was one of the things I was definitely impressed with Victor. I just think it's just the first game. People are putting way too much pressure on the young kid. And I do think as he develops his man body, he's going to be even more effective, especially when he does the fadeaway shots and stuff like that, a la Dirk, a la KD. Not saying he's going to be those guys, but we're going to see that eventually. But
mhm, yeah.
Dante, what's your thoughts about what you saw from Victor?
I like the way he blocked the shots at the rim, even though he wasn't making shots. By his size and by his height, pretty much he can get any shot he want to get. He can get to anywhere he want to go to the court. The problem is, it's gonna be some simple things in the NBA that he's struggling with in the summer league. He gets the ball, he got to be able to keep the ball up. I saw a lot of that last night where he kept it down and people was going after it. Same thing that can happen in the NBA. I saw when he was dribbling wild, people was able to steal it from him easily. So he's gonna have to work on that, chinning the ball a little bit more. But other than that, I like the court vision. I like the way he blocks shots. He's gonna be able to do that. Even though if there's a guy bigger than him, he's gonna be able to block shots and affect the shot because he's so tall and he got that 8-foot wingspan. And when you're going up against guys like Rudy Gobert, he's going to have to be more of a face-up game. It's going to have to be more of a face-up game because I don't believe he's got the strength to really back him down. He struggled a little bit backing Brandon Miller down a little bit, but Brandon Miller is kind of smaller than him. But I've seen some good things out there. I think he can be more of a 17-10 guy this year. I really do. I think he can be more of a 17-10 guy this year. But I've seen some good things on the court when he wasn't making shots. And I saw some things that he affected on the other end on the court on both sides, really, even though he wasn't making shots. But I think he's going to be fine.
All right, Nathan, what's your thoughts on Victor Wembanyama last night?
I just want to start with he's a project. You know, that's what I was able to pull out. The big picture is there's some things that he's got to work on. And as a trainer, the first thing I'll tell guys when you're going at a taller defender, especially if he's lanky, the way you want to attack a taller defender is you want to attack his body. You want to take away his verticality. And when I look at how he's built, I know he came out. He actually said in a couple of interviews that he said that he didn't think his size was going to be an issue and that it won't be a problem for him. And when I watched him on the court, it almost looked like his body was a disadvantage to him. It's so hard for him to get low. He's never going to be the low man dribbling the basketball. I always tell people, in any sport, especially when you're driving past somebody, you always want to get low to blow by. And he doesn't have the ability to do that. I don't think he'll ever be a great ball handler. I think he can be okay enough, like how Giannis has a decent enough handle. He can at least protect the ball enough that it's not wild. I think that's the best that I can see from him as a ball handler. As a jump shooter, it looked awkward to me. Like his release was a bit slow. It didn't look like he had this crazy Kevin Durant pull up. It kind of looked like he had a child's jumper. The only thing I saw in him that I liked was the defensive side of the ball. I think he'll be fine there. I think he can go out and get 3-4 blocks. But I just don't see where the points are going to come from because he's so light, man. He got to be 200 pounds, 7'5". And, he can't get low. He doesn't seem super, flexible. He can get up on shots, but, man, even a couple of drives, he missed a layup where it's, this guy, when he puts his hands up, bro, he can touch the rim. He can damn near touch the rim. So him missing layups around the basket is concerning for me. I say it takes years. Probably that third year, just like Leaf said, that third year, I think he'll really break out. But he needs that time.
Leaf said in the third year he's gonna break down.
Down. Oh, you think his third year will be his last? Leaf, that's crazy, Leaf.
I think after the end of his third year, that's when he'll his second and third year is gonna be probably his best years. After that year, I think
no way.
I think no. Here's my reason why, because like I said, if they still had Jake Prodl in the paint to take more of the hits and do most of the dirty work, I would be okay with him. I would extend his time a little bit more. The fact that they basically traded him and they had Jeremy Sohan running the forward most of the season basically tells me that they were straight up after him, and I understand why. But the thing is, you have to have some type of support around him in terms of not just in terms of how you build him and how you build him up, but in terms of how you protect him from certain situations on the court going forward. You know what I'm saying?
Well,
So my thing is that you have to have a lot of support around him in terms of the contact, taking less contact and handling less physicality on the court. You know what I'm saying? That way to put him in positions where he could get a lot of the free plays, and you will want a guy like that to be a roam defender, not your hands up defender where everybody's going at him. You get what I'm saying?
Well, yeah, Lee, you make a good point. When I watched the Spurs last year after they traded Jake Prodl, they start to run Zach Collins at the 5 a lot, and then I think if I'm not mistaken, they re-signed Zach Collins. So I imagine the scenario would be Collins would be the bruiser, the 5, and then like you said,
that's nasty.
I mean, it's not. He's not great. No, don't get me wrong, but I think, San Antonio they're not trying to be great right now anyway. So I think it's serviceable in order to have Wembanyama to be that weak side, that help defender instead of everything goes through him at the 5 spot.
No, but let him have time. In the way that Giannis didn't play much his first couple of years. Kobe Bryant didn't play much his first couple of years. Like, get that. I think what they should do is give him limited minutes, improve his body. I think if you can play small ball 5 with them, I've seen the Warriors go 5 deep, and Draymond Green's playing the 5. I think this guy could play as a small 5 if you play him limited minutes. I think he's going to get killed by Joel Embiid. Guys like
it depends on the personnel. It all depends on the personnel. If the personnel, if the San Antonio Spurs had the personnel, I would agree with it. The fact that they don't have the personnel, they're going to be forced to put him at the 5 and move him along gingerly. But the thing is, like, you can't move him along as gingerly without the personnel behind him to make sure he doesn't have to go for do a lot of the stuff that you don't want him to do.
Zach Collins at 5?
Why y'all saying small ball 5 when the motherfucker 7'5"?
When he's 7'5", yeah. That's
small ball 5.
That ain't small. No, they got nah. Ty was good, bro. Like, nah, my thing is like,
It's good, Ty.
They gotta run him. They gotta run him at the 4. I'm thinking of more him at the 4 than I am at the 5. You know what I'm saying?
Okay.
Like, because of his frame. You know what I'm saying? Like it like.
So you're gonna have a small 4 or a small 5, a stretch 5? What? I don't.
No.
I'm thinking of more.
When I think of him, when I see him as of right now, I'm thinking of him at the 4. Not.
But why when he's not? When he's not
a big body. Yeah,
he's not quick though. Like, you know what I'm saying? When you think of a small,
I agree.
I'm sorry, a quick fast lineup. You know what I'm saying? So
Yeah.
I don't know. Understand? He's a traditional 5 in foot speed and everything else except muscle.
But I think his wingspan. But here's the thing, Ty. I think his wingspan covers what he can't, what he lacks in foot speed. And the thing is, if you have a 5 down there that's just going to be sloppy and take hits and rebound and do the dirty work like Jake Porter was doing before they traded him, I think I would have been a lot much on the safe side with him going to San Antonio. The fact that they don't have that, I'm a little bit concerned. I think you absolutely correct about him being a project. I don't think he should be a project because they already emoted him as the greatest prospect in team sports.
Right.
That was unfair.
Yeah, I thought it was unfair, but I understand why they did it.
Definitely overhyped.
I understand why they did it. The thing is, they're doing it like, you know how the NBA is. They are talent merchant. They are talent and potential merchants. You know what I'm saying? They go off of potential, so what you could be, and that's how a lot of players get paid.
He's 7'5". Like, I saw Kristaps Porzingis come out as a Knicks fan. Like, watching Kristaps play, Kristaps had a better jumper coming into the NBA too.
100%.
Like Kristaps can play. The only thing he couldn't do was bang. That's the only thing he didn't do. He didn't have a post game. Like, so that's what really killed his shooting percentages, is he didn't have a way of scoring around the basket. Now he's a little bigger. He's a little bit stronger. That jumper is elite. He can play now. Like, he can actually hoop and get 25. Like, when I look at Victor, I'm like, what does he do well?
And he's still and Porzingis is still a second or third option, probably better third option than the second option. So what are we saying about Wembanyama? You know what I'm saying?
It's so unfair to him to bill him as like the next guy. It's so unfair to him because it's like he's not that. He doesn't have an elite jumper. He clearly doesn't have like
he's raw. Overall, he's raw.
He's raw PSP, but do you see him with his skill set being the number 1 option to lead a team to deep playoff runs or playoff runs? Do you see him as when you talk about a number 1 pick, we talking the KDs, the LeBrons, all these players.
No, Ty. I don't think he's there. And after watching him in that game yesterday, I'm not gonna go that far. I do think with Victor Wembanyama, I would see him grow and develop. And if the Spurs, in my opinion, and this is just me, if they want to sit Victor out for the rest of the season so that he can develop his man body for his second year, I wouldn't rule that, because we've seen examples. We saw Ben Simmons when he sat out his actual rookie year and won Rookie of the Year. We saw that with Blake Griffins. We've seen it before. We saw it with. We're about to see.
But they legitimately got hurt though. Like that's a little
right.
Bit
but if you're concerned about Victor, and the concern is the size, though, I think Victor, over time, the jump shot will improve. I think over time,
so too.
Put in the work. Coming out, I think Porzingis was a better shooter. He had more of a motion than Victor. I do like Victor, the fact that he made up for it on the defensive part. The blocks, I do think at one point he'll lead the NBA in block shots. I just think he just needs to improve, get better. But I'm not going as far as what people are calling him a bust. He only played one game in the summer league, and you're going as far as calling him a bust. But we got another guest.
Not to cut you off, but I think the reason why they said that because what we looking for out of our number one picks,
right?
Like especially when they get emoted as the best prospect in team sports, we looking for them to go off the way LeBron went off, the way Wade went off, the way all the number one picks went off in the summer league right out of the gate. You know, the summer league should be like basically reps for them and
right. Y'all comparing them to Kobe real quickly. Y'all comparing them to Kobe and them guys. Them guys was later in the draft.
Later,
and they weren't billed as these type of prospect. You know, Kobe. Nobody thought Kobe was going to be what he turned out to be. And I know Wemby didn't necessarily sign up for that. It's not his fault. But you know, we got to keep it a buck. I don't know if he's number one draft pick type of player, man.
But
one game,
Tyson? Off one game?
It's not about the game. It's about what we looking at as far as his, you know what I'm saying? His talent and what he brings to the table and what he lacks. It's not just basing it off of his numbers or how he shot necessarily. It's just basing it off of what we think of a number one player as and what he brings to the table. When we saw, you know, Kevin Durant and LeBron James, we saw their skill set. Even if they had a bad game, we saw what they would be able to do. And they showed flashes, a lot of flashes of that. I didn't see those type of flashes. I didn't see the type of, the athleticism and different things that I was now defensively. Sure, defensively he's going to be a great defender, but I'm just and he can be a good 3-point shooter. I don't think he'll be necessarily a great 3-point shooter, but he can be a good 3-point shooter. But just the handle, just the lack of the what's the word I'm looking for? The uncoordination, with the ball a little bit, you know what I'm saying? It just looks like, I don't know. And he's going to get better. Like I said, he's going to get better as he gets comfortable in his role. He's not going to try to do these wild things and do things that's out of his skin. He's going to get comfortable and get into his spots, getting his jumper off, those type of things. But I'm just saying, I don't see take over a game type offense coming from this dude for a long time.
Do you see take over a game type of defense coming from?
I see great defense. I don't know if I see take over a game type of defense, but it's hard for one player to take over a game. It's hard for one player to take over a game defensively anyway. But he could be a solid, very, very good rim protector and maybe a roamer. I just worry about his foot speed and different things like that when it comes to that.
All right, hold on, guys. We got a couple more guests on the show. Context matters, and P5, thank y'all for hopping on. Context, I'm gonna let you go.
Pat Mahomes in
here? Nah, Jackson Mahomes.
Jackson, right? Yeah, we'll save that for another time. But Context, what's your thoughts on what you saw last night from Victor?
What's going on, guys? What's the word, fellas? Salute to PSP. Keep grinding, my brother. I like what you're doing, so keep grinding, my brother.
Thank you.
So there's a couple of things that I took away because I saw more than Wemby throughout the summer league, but I'm gonna start off with Wemby and then from there I just want to give some solid points to the other draft picks, right? With Wemby, for me, I disagree, Tyson. I actually saw the flashes. That's what it is. I didn't see the consistency. I did see the flashes though. The ability to shoot over people and it not really affect his shot that much in terms of height wise, right? Him he's able to have rebounds with not even being able to impose himself that much. Just using length alone, he was able to grab rebounds. He was able to have close to 10 rebounds. Now, me personally, I would have loved to see a double-double out of him. I think a double-double would have probably solidified it a little bit more for you, Tyson, because you would have saw more activity and the production probably would have shown that too. But I did see the flashes. I agree with you though, Tyson. In terms of the offense, it's very raw. I don't think what we saw in that G League showcase and for the past the year that we've been seeing him being advertised to us, I don't think is a clear indication because I don't compare French competition to the NBA in terms of speed, agility, Athleticism, that's the difference. Although the European guards are very skilled and they have great IQ and they have great structure, they don't have that necessary bounce. They don't have that necessary. There's different types of athleticism that where it's different gears, and you could see it. The perfect example I could give is guys like Amen Thompson and Scoot Anderson. There's a changing of the gear that he hasn't seen before. Where, like, don't get me wrong, there are athletes or overseas, but it's a different type of twitch. It's a hard way to kind of describe. It's either you see it on the floor. You get what I'm saying?
I got you.
Yes, guys like Scoot that go from slow to fast at a very quick pace, at a very it goes from 0 to 100 very fast, and that is what I think he hasn't seen before. So he has to get used to the pacing. He has to get used to conditioning. The shot chucking that happens because in the EuroLeague they kind of go through multiple passes. With here, once an athlete has a lane and he has a opening, he's attacking. You get what I mean? So I think that I agree with you though, Tice. I'm shaking his ball handling. I don't think he could put the ball on the floor in front of smaller guys and it not get ripped. They were just poking at him, and that comes with strength, ball strength, strength in his hands, things of that nature. Once he bulks up, I think that all can be remedied. But I do see the flashes, though. I just think that he needs to put a lot of work in. I do see the flashes, though.
I forgot about his playmate. He will be a decent passer in this league. He sees the floor well. Right. I think he'll be a good passer. So I left that out. But yeah, y'all got it. Go ahead.
He has a feel. I see what you mean. But Tice, so I think he does have a feel for the game, right? I just don't think he has assessed the tempo yet. And that's what it really is. You know what I mean? Assessing to tempo and assessing to American athleticism. It's a different type of athleticism.
I agree with y'all 100%. And when you talk about the athleticism, they even spoke about Wemby being a little bit winded. Like, as this guy is, to not really be in NBA shape, that's concerning to me. Like you got to be the most in shape guy out there if you're going to be
at this point.
You know what I mean? Like, so to me, I say take a year off with him. That's what I would do. I would say make this a test year. You know, let him work on his body. I think playing him 20-25 minutes would help. Let him see the game from the outside end and build him from the ground up. I think the fans, obviously, we're going to crush him when we see those stat lines this year, but the real ones know that a year off for him could do him really, really well in the long run. So, I mean, I'm not sure if Wembanyama's team wants to do that. You know, from a money perspective, sitting down a year isn't the greatest option for a guy who's trying to vie for a sneaker deal or anything like that. But I saw what it did for Giannis. I saw what it did for a guy like Kobe, taking those years off and him coming in and being ready. I think he needs a year off, just like Leaf said. I think a year off would be great. He just looked unfinished. He'll never be a great ball handler. To me, he's too tall. I don't think that he can get low enough to be able to protect the basketball.
Right.
But, you know, he just doesn't have a simple game, a simple jump hook, a face-up jumper, something simple he could get to. It doesn't have to be a hezzy cross when you're 7'5".
Well, that's what exactly. So you would have to just, and that's all. I apologize. I don't want to cut you off, but I was saying the pushback I'll give to you guys is I trust Pop if he is going to play him, right, and if he's going to take that risk, right, PSP. I think I wouldn't fall to say like to go all the way with Leaf and say, yo, give him a whole year off. I understand the sentiment. However, you got to put him through the fire, right? But you can do from with a gate around him, right? Put him in the most advantageous positions possible without putting him at risk, right? So that's why I was saying, like, I think there's certain matchups you might have to take him away from, but you'll give him those confident boosters and allow him to feel the game, allow him to go through the pacing, allow him to go through the conditioning, but don't put him in these hard situations like a back-to-back. Let's say, for example, he has a back-to-back against like the Pistons, and then he has to go against the front line of Orlando, right? You might have to sit him for one of those games because those Jalen Duran and Wiseman are two physical bigs, right? And then he's going to have to go against another physical front line. That may take away from his confidence, how he performs with that. You know what I mean? Like, let's say he's not able to go off and get to certain spots. That may take away from him. So I got a question.
Sorry, Contest. I got a question real quick.
Hold on, guys. P5 gotta. I gotta let P5 respond.
Oh, go ahead.
Just real quick, I gotta get back to it, but I appreciate y'all.
All right, Gus, man.
Hey, Con, keep cooking content.
You already know. Salute, bro.
Type shit.
Appreciate
Hey,
that.
man,
Keep
stock
grinding,
them
my
shells, bro. Don't be playing out there, man. Nah, I just playing. Salute, bro. Salute.
And don't be stealing, bro, on your day off. Get fired on your day off, bro.
Oh my god.
All right, P5. What's your thoughts
Yo.
on what you saw from Victor last night?
Wemby, yes. I just want to say this real quick. The expectations for Wembanyama, I think, have been set way too high. Because what I think, because I'm not going to put a ton of stock into Summer League, because I don't think that the way that the rookies are playing the Summer League is going to be the exact same way that they play in the regular season. Like the roles are going to be different. Like Wemby's not going to be on the ball a ton in the regular season. I don't think. I think we're going to see a lot of off-ball stuff. But going back to what you said, I mean, I can't sit here and lie and say that I watched all of it, because again, I don't put too much stock into Summer League. But I mean, Wemby in general, I think he's generational defensively, immediately, offensively. There's a lot to work on. I don't like his jump shot mechanics coming up to the next level. Of course, I don't like his ball handling. And when it comes to how the Spurs are going to handle him, I guarantee you, like, we're not going to be seeing Wemby average like 30 minutes a game or like 35 minutes a game. We're going to see Wemby play around 55 to 60 games, I think. Maybe they'll play him enough to qualify for like a Rookie of the Year award. But the Spurs are definitely going to take it slow with Wembanyama, I think. Absolutely. And to what I think, is that Tyson?
Yeah.
Yeah. To what Tyson said, I disagree. I think Wemby is absolutely the number one overall caliber player. I absolutely think that. Or number one overall pick caliber. I think he's definitely of that player. I think he's worthy of that for sure.
Okay. Maybe this year. I'm just saying, when you think of number one picks, I think of, they said he was one of the greatest, prospects since LeBron and all this stuff.
Yeah.
It's way too much,
Yeah.
bro. Way too much.
I
don't really.
Todd, let me ask you this: you put your top 10 all-time players the year before they came into the league. Does Wemby go before all of them in the draft?
Not to me. I mean, off the hype they gave him, maybe, but off of skill and actual game, no.
Well, off of what you remember about all of, like, the top overall picks, I say let's go back to Shaq. Boom. Let's go back to Shaq. Like, and going forward, like the AI, Duncan, like all those type of dudes that, like, based on like what they were coming into the league and based on to what Wemby was coming into the league. Do you think Wemby goes before all of them? If they all
not even close to me.
Leaf, you can't hold on, because we got to ask a better question. Because Leaf, you can't use. Tyson is using one sample size to answer that question. Like you can't.
It's not about the sample size necessarily, because like I said, it's not just based off. Like I said, I'm based off what he brings to the table more than what we saw last night. Like he's gonna get better. I agree with all that.
Gotcha. Okay.
And I agree he's gonna like you said, they're not gonna have him out there dribbling. He's gonna get to his spots. He's got to develop a patented type of move, a comfortable move where he can get to it. I'm talking about his strength. I'm talking about his ball handling. I'm talking about right. I'm not talking about just off that game. He might go out and have 20 and 10. But it depends on how he gets it.
I got you.
Right.
Based on gotcha. Okay.
Yeah.
And I think over time, folks, I think Victor will grow and develop. I think he just needs to spend time in the weight room. But I believe his mechanics, as his career goes on, he'll improve. But I do think putting him in the same breath with LeBron and all these other dudes, like, it seems like that's setting this dude up for failure. Even Chris Broussard said if he gets compared to Hakeem Olajuwon, he's
not going to he's never reaching that.
I would like to pile on by saying, like, I think in terms of the Summer League, I think a lot of the other prospects, they got a lot to prove as well. They coming in with a chip on their shoulder because
Brandon Miller
Wemby basically like overshadows them. They basically because of his height and basically because of his future potential. So, like, when you look at the Brandon Millers, the Scoots Hendersons and all of those guys. Amen. I heard Amen was spectacular. I ain't looking at that game, but when you look at that crop, they got a lot to prove when they see him on the court this summer, and they're going up against him, and their team is going up against him, so they got a lot to prove as well. Him, not really much. In terms of them, Not really much so. He already the number one pick. You know, he just got to prove that he's more dominant and a lot more elite than
Based
him.
off what we've seen so far, do you guys think Chet is a better prospect or Wemby?
Oh, Wemby. I like Wemby as a better prospect.
Wemby.
Yeah.
I like.
I think Chet has a better skill set, and I think
Chet offensively is a better player, but overall as a prospect, especially defensively, I think Wemby's. Yeah,
I think Chet defensively is not.
Yeah. Chet's great, but I think
I'm about to say, what do we?
No way. I think Wemby's generational. I think Wemby can be like a top 3, top 5 greatest defensive player of all time if he reaches his ceiling. That's what I think of Wemby. I think Chet's also great, but I think Wemby's just better. I think.
I think I have Wemby better as a defensive.
I know how great Chet is. Don't worry. I know how great Chet is.
Mm-hmm.
Go ahead, Nate. I think Wemby presence alone, bro. Like I think it's gonna be like at least a decent defender. But if he reaches his ceiling, we talking about like he could possibly be in a conversation in terms of centers with Bill Russell and Hakeem.
But I feel like that's so high though. Like
yeah, it's a different league, bro. It's not that type of league no more.
I hate bringing up the greats of the great because Hakeem was really built different. Like when you compare Wemby to Hakeem's footwork was crazy. He was one of the
big man.
He could jump.
He had guard-like skills.
Yeah, like, he had all that coming into the NBA. He was a grown man coming into the NBA. Like this was a grown, big ass African guy coming into the NBA. This is not this little boy from France who like he walks into the league. It's not the same. Like I watched Chet. Chet has one thing that Victor didn't have, and he has immediate confidence. He knows he can ball. When he comes out there, he knows he can
sure
ball.
Does.
Agreed.
He gets to his bag. He's tall, but he's confident with his game. Like when I saw Wemby, I'm like, he don't know. You gotta have something you can get.
I think him and Chet is gonna have the same issues going forward, and is the fact that can they handle the physicality going forward, and can they? Because Chet already built up his body. He already added 13 pounds. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? So he right on the right track in terms of building his body and building his frame up. Now we got to see Wemby basically do the same thing. And so it seems like they both are on a race.
But I think they're both in great situations, though. I think Wemby and Chet are both in great situations.
I think Wemby is in the wrong situation.
No, I think Wemby's on the right team. I think he's on the right team. Yes,
but I think, fellas. But I think, fellas,
I'll explain that.
But you think it's that bad of a situation to see? The Spurs,
I think it's a terrible situation.
I just disagree. I think with the way the Spurs develop players, I think that's perfect. And the way
the Spurs don't really develop players, they haven't.
I can't rock with this.
Keldon Johnson, Devin Vassell.
I can't rock with this. Yo.
No.
Tony Parker,
Gary Neal, Tony Parker,
there was a lot of development.
No, he's saying recently.
Outside of the Tim Duncan era, the only name that's really valid is DeJounte Murray.
Keldon Johnson, Devin Vassell. They've developed. They're doing a good job of developing Jeremy Sochan right now. Like the Spurs they're good at player development. And the way that Pop is going to coach Wemby, they're not going to rush Wemby into
hold on, guys.
And they do well with international guys, bro.
Hold on, guys. Leaf,
did well with them in
your
the past.
opinion, Leaf. In your opinion, where would you have wanted to see Wemby go?
Utah. It would have been perfect.
No, Leaf.
That would have been perfect, bro. Because he has, and I know why he has less responsibilities. Now he doesn't have to be the primary rim protector, bro. Like he could be the
touches with Lauri Markkanen. He got to split touches with Lauri Markkanen.
No, he doesn't. He could play off of Lauri Markkanen, bro. They all run in the past.
He's not. He wouldn't be able to develop. No,
hold on. Wait. I watched Utah all last year, bro. Nobody was a black hole on that team. No, bro, they offensively they move well. They run a great spread offense, and a lot of their bigs eat.
But how do you they have erratic guards. They wouldn't get them in the right spots. Like, what are you talking about? You have Jordan Clarkson and Colin Sexton.
Because the bigs would have made up for it.
You're missing the point. You have to put Leaf. You have to
put. I watched them all year. I'm telling you, bro.
You have to put. You have two erratic point guards who do not know how to even have simple entry passes. So how are you going to get him easy shots, right? The thing about it is that he can't shot create right now, like at an elite level. But so you need to make it easier for him. Having a crowded front court and erratic point guards is the worst opportunity
No.
to give him.
Text. Now,
If the Jazz had a
let me respond to
playmaker, then
that.
I would like
When
Utah.
they
but no,
had
don't
when
have
they
one.
had Mike
They
when
don't
they
have a
had
playmaker.
Mike Conley, everything ran accordingly because Mike Conley is not a nut, bro. Like he got everybody
They
involved.
don't have
When
Mike
they traded
Conley.
him, that's when they was going for the tank.
So
That's
what are
when
you
they was
talking
going for
about?
But they don't have Mike Conley.
I'm
That's
talking about what the team would have looked like, bro. Like this is
Oh,
why
okay,
I had him going to Utah, but at the beginning of the year last
All right,
year.
that's fine. If Mike Conley was still
That's
on
what
the
I'm
squad,
talking.
then
That's
yeah,
what
that'd
I'm
be fine.
explaining. But the fact that they
Right.
went left, bro, like I thought I was just
Bro,
like, all
Mike
right,
Conley,
bro.
35.
But
So
Mike Conley
PSP,
still.
PSP asks you, what
Conley,
team would you have him
no,
drafted
but
to?
Mike
Like,
Conley,
look at
Mike Conley was a good floor leader, bro. Like he was
He
in
was,
terms
no,
of like
he was.
getting
But
everybody involved.
but
Bro.
Wemby,
No doubt, but
I'm talking about the next 5 years. In the next 5 years, Mike Conley gonna be 40 years old.
Thank
I'm
you.
talking
That's
So
about
go
very
ahead,
true.
Hey,
PSP.
That,
hey, let me
Ask
ask
again,
you.
because I think Leaf doesn't understand what he's answering.
Where do y'all think is Wemby's best situation? Where do y'all think he should have gone? The best possible situation Wemby could have gone to in the lottery. Like it has to be
no,
realistic.
it was Pop. Because Pop had the Pop has that. He
I
has Tony
think
Park over
I
there.
think it's the Spurs. I think the Spurs was the best. But
It's,
Other than the Spurs, I would have liked to see him in H-Town, but that Pop, you can't go wrong with that.
Charlotte might be nice though.
Okay.
With
Charlotte,
him and Sangoon, bro.
Him and LaMelo?
I wouldn't have
No,
minded.
P5. The reason why is because I think with Ime Udoka, I actually like what Ime is going to do with the team and with him there and with those younger players, even though with the whole Jalen Green situation, which is problematic at
I like
best.
him on Utah, bro. Like I like that.
It's interesting.
It's definitely an understatement. It's definitely an understatement. But
they got rid of
definitely
Josh Christopher already, bro. Like
they already got rid of him. That's the crazy part.
All right, but fellas, because we got to move on real quick. Any other player in the summer league that has impressed you? Because I see Jabari Smith. I love Jabari Smith coming out of college. Believe it or not, folks, I actually had him winning Rookie of the Year last year before the season, and I was dead ass wrong. But I love Jabari Smith as far as what he can do with the perimeter shots and the defense. I looked at this kid, Marjon Beauchamp from the Milwaukee Bucks. I thought he played really well. Is there any other players in the summer league that stood out to you?
I got one.
Scoop.
Can anyone tell me how Grady Dick did? Can anyone tell me that?
I don't want to have that conversation.
How did Grady Dick do?
I actually trained with Grady Dick when I was in Kansas, so I had a chance to see him up close. I think it's gonna be great. I really like Grady.
Yes.
So I have a lot of confidence. The one dude that Keegan Murray was hooping in a way that had me feel uncomfortable. He was hooping in a way that had me feel uncomfortable. I'm like, you're not like this.
I mean, but Keegan Murray was starting on a playoff team, though. Like, I mean, I don't know if I was really blown away with what Keegan Murray was doing.
Thank you, Tyson.
Really? Bro, Keegan was coming down the lane, dunking from the key, pull-up jumper threes. I was like, dang, like he had the mid-range game going, post game going. He had a little like off the right leg, left leg, little awkward floaters he could get to. I'm like, Keegan was hooping in a way that had me uncomfortable. Like, you're just like, nah, you're not like that. You know what I mean?
If Keegan could display half of that, bro, like this year on the
Keegan Murray
starter, bro, like
he is. He is. There's not an if at this point. He is gonna do it.
Cold, bro. At one point in time, I was like, is he?
I got a name for y'all. Amen Thompson, bro. I'm not gonna lie. I just watched some highlights maybe before I got on here.
I need to see regular season. I need to see it.
I am convinced that and him and his brother, like in order for that
they got
overtime
potential,
lead,
P5.
I know they have
in order for
potential,
that
but I just
overtime
need to
lead
see
to be
it
taken seriously, bro. Like I'm like his first
Why
step is
you so
already.
skeptical on them, P5?
Well, it's not that I don't like them as prospects. I like them. It's just I need to see them because like the expectations. I saw Ron the other day just say Amen Thompson is John Wall at worst. So and that's where I'm like
John Wall at worst.
And that's why that's what.
Hold on, Ron said that.
Yeah, Ron said that. He said
Wait,
hold on. I got to be careful. I love Ron, but this is the same Ron who made the argument. Russ,
I know, but like
three.
It's a lot of. There's a lot of high expectations for him, man. I like him, man. I think he's gonna be fine. I just need to see him in the regular season do it great. I like him in Thompson. I don't think he's bad. I think he's gonna be.
He's gonna be the lead guard, bro. Like because and that's gonna make me believe that everything's gonna run through Sangoon because Sangoon is already the best passer.
But I do like both the Thompson twins. It's just I need to see it. like from every rookie. I need to see it in the regular season. Like,
right. Yo, who said that? Yo, he should be arrested.
Ron, yeah, he's the host of Player's Choice. Yeah, he says some crazy stuff from time to time. I love Ron, but he I don't want to get into that. He might piss me off.
Thompson is going to be John Wall at worst.
At worst, John Wall was
Amin Thompson is going to be John Wall at worst.
I actually like the comparison, but I don't.
In terms of what's his ceiling? Because everybody's saying Penny Hardaway. Like I
like Penny Hardaway. I like that comp too, but it's just I think John Wall is more like a ceiling, not a floor. But
context, man. What do you thought about the Summer League? Which player stood out to you?
So for me, damn, I have a lot of people that I was actually impressed by. But let's go with what we were just talking about with Amen, right? I saw the full game, the game against him and Scoot. So what I will say is, actually, let me go with Scoot first. Let me talk about Scoot first. With Scoot, and that's why I disagree with P5. With Scoot, Amen Thompson, both of the brothers, I saw, and the funny thing, Tyson saw one thing in one game, and I saw something in one game when I might be jumping out the window with just one game, but I saw everything I needed to see. I saw everything I needed to see when it comes to. And the thing that I didn't see with Victor, I did see it with those guys. They have pace, they have poise, they understand what their strengths are already, they understand what their weaknesses are already. The only thing is that shot selection and aggressiveness. I think they were just scanning the field. I think they were going through the motion, trying to understand the feel of the game, try to understand the pace of the game, try to understand the tempo, but their heads was up. And they are strong. They have strong hands, very athletic. They can shift. They can shift from. They can shift gears. They can shift gears very well, and they play under the rim and above the rim. Now, the under the rim part is they're acrobatic. They have acrobatic layup styles. But then they can dunk over you. The thing about Amen is a little bit more of a smoother ball handler than his brother Asar. But Asar has a better scoring.
He's got a better shot too.
Yeah, he has a better shot and he has better scoring instincts. And I like the intensity that Asar kind of plays. Amen does it too. Like he does it, but he kind of he has looser tendencies. Like his is not tight compared to Pause. It's not tight like Asar. Asar is a little bit more standard textbook. Versus Amen. Amen kind of gambles a little bit more in terms of his defensive stance, his positioning on the floor. Asar is a little bit more structured. I actually like both of them. They are both live ball passers. They can pass off the dribble, and they are strong passers. They can whip it to the other side of the court. They're tall to see it. So I think that I don't even need to be honest with you. I think I don't even need to see any more summer league games for me to say like I think they're going to be okay in the A. I don't think there's going to be guard. They play like NBA guards already in terms of. Can't knock them off their
maturity,
spots.
IQ.
Yeah, the mature. Yes,
and in terms of switching gears and getting to that third or fourth level. Yeah, I ain't gonna lie, they there already because
let me ask y'all.
They upside in their athleticism at the guard position is just like right above because everybody at the guard position.
It's already above everybody.
There's a lot of jackers right at the guard position. It's not.
I'll give you sleepers also PSP after we go through the panel. I'll give you
no problem. Tyson said it exactly. You can see certain skills when you're watching these players, not about the numbers. Another comment from Desto. They can both D up top context. P5. Before I let Coach Dante give his take because I know he wants to talk about his Houston Rockets. Is there? What was the question you wanted to ask?
I was gonna see because like I don't know if it's gonna take too long before he asks this question, but me personally, I was actually kind of a voucher. I don't know if that's the right word I'm looking for, but I actually wanted, and I haven't seen him play summer league yet. I actually wanted Brandon Miller to be drafted ahead of Scoot, and he did. I wanted to see what y'all thought about that. I just wanted to see what y'all thought about that.
Here's the funny thing.
I didn't see a summer league game if he already played.
Brandon Miller played against whatchamacallit yesterday, but I think he is still trying his hardest to get out of Charlotte because he's been stinking up the joint, bro. Like
he's trolling. He got to be trolling.
He's definitely trolling.
He's been that bad?
Yeah, listen, he had a combination of 8 fouls in the past two the 2 games before last yesterday.
But I heard something about the turnovers, Leaf. He had
The
how many
turnovers, yeah. I think he had a
PSP.
bunch
Oh
of
no, we gotta
turnovers.
get down to the bottom of it.
Yo,
Oh, we gonna get.
I
Let's
think
get
I
into
don't
it. Let's
remember
get into
exactly,
it.
but like
All right,
his
can I just
stats
please
is
explain
not
why I
good.
wanted Miller to be drafted ahead of Scoot real quick?
Why?
After he asked his question or whatever, or before? All right, because my whole thing was the way that I would draft is based on ceiling, and I thought that Scoot coming in would be a better player than Brandon Miller. I think that's being proven right so far. But my mindset was finding a 6'8", 6'9" dynamic wing who can guard, who has length, who you hope he can shot create at the next level. I think that a player like that has a higher ceiling than a 6'2", 6'3" lead guard who is great, but right now he lacks a jump shot. And I feel like players like that are just somewhat limited. I think Scoot's awesome. I think he's going to be great, but I just thought Brandon Miller had a higher ceiling. And
I think they drafted him because remember they already had a guard. They invested LaMelo, and shout out to the LaMelo. I think with Brandon Miller in the situation, look, I did not like what I'm very clear on what I said about Malika Andrews. I thought what she said about Brandon Miller on the night he was getting drafted
was uncalled for.
Totally uncalled for.
What
and
happened?
I've said it before. Oh, she brought up the incident.
The Alabama incident. Okay, I don't
right.
Okay.
And the other problem I had, and I've said it before, and we'll talk about this another time. I say again, Malika Andrews, I do think she got a problem when it comes to Black men. I feel like too many times she attacks them, not just Brandon Miller, Ime Udoka, Kendrick Perkins. The list goes on and on. I just don't like how the way she handles
you gotta
the
understand.
situation.
Yes,
not her. Oh my goodness.
She's half Jewish. Yeah, she's half Jewish.
No, because like the saddest part, bro, is like respect these guys' craft. Like you never played the game. Like that's the part that hurts the most. This isn't like Candace Parker, who's like the best women's basketball player ever, giving her point of view. This is Malika Andrews, you know, the Black girl that came from a white community that never played the sport, and you're coming out trying to tell these players who sacrificed their lives to play the game how to think about the game.
Yeah.
Like,
PSP, you did talk about the ESPN firings, right?
100%.
I did talk about that. I felt sad about all those people. I don't know what's going to happen with Skip Bayless. I know they bringing the show back August 28th. Let's for story cut short. Undisputed will never be the same without Shannon. They'll
Obviously,
never be the same. Shannon left. He
left.
He quit. He quit.
Oh,
he just couldn't take it anymore. He wanted to be in a new situation.
And the thing is, nobody wants to work with Skip. And as far as ESPN goes, they're planning on firing more people and making more cuts because nobody's really watching the shows no more. Nobody's really paying attention
we all
to the
know.
shows no more.
Lee, if you get paid enough, you'll work with him. If the money looks good, someone's gonna work with him. 100%.
Oh yeah, for sure. Yeah.
First take clears.
I think Skip done burned so many bridges. I think Skip done burned so many bridges over the years that I think it's at the point where people at Fox or people at ESPN or any other stations that had that shared a spot on the show or have shared a spot on the show in the past. They cannot deal with none of his antics or his temperament, nothing of the sort. Well, I'm dealing with him sitting on the set now. As far as ESPN, the firings go, obviously Stephen A. Smith is still looking both ways like he crossed the street. It really doesn't make sense to me. Like they're saying they don't have no money, they got to make cutbacks. It's really because nobody's watching the shows. That's what they don't want to say. They don't have to make cutbacks
Stephen A.
at all.
Gonna get cut off though.
No. I don't think it's gonna get cut off neither. But listen, Jalen Rose got fired. Kendrick Perkins still got a job. Something wrong with that picture.
Oh yeah, that's a problem. I don't like that.
Something wrong with that picture, bro.
Leaf, if ain't nobody watching the show, they ain't making no money, Leaf.
Right.
Perk should have gotten fired.
All right, but
you just said it all. If ain't nobody watching the show,
we're veering off. Let's talk about we're veering off.
Yeah, we're veering off. Dante, what do you got to say
regarding
What's up with y'all?
What's up, man?
What's good, bro? First of all, I just want to give an honorable mention. Marquise Noel from Toronto.
Oh,
really good today. For him to be 5'8" and a miniature guard like that. And be able to get his teammates involved and him having that jump shot, it's just amazing.
Isaiah Thomas.
I just want to put him out there. But
Isaiah Thomas, which one?
The short one.
Marquise Noel.
Oh, okay.
Wait, Coach, I wanted to tell you, Coach, I had a chance at K-State to work with Marquise. And the craziest part about Marquise, I'll tell you right now, is I hate saying that I was a hater of it, just to keep it quick. I definitely was a hater. I doubted him. Walking into the gym, it was really difficult to see a 5'5" guy being able to go out and hoop at the NBA level. I didn't see it. And then next thing you know, March Madness came, and there he came. He's a special type of player. He just goes out and hoops. Really, really good to bring him up because I honestly almost forgot about him. He's so nice, man.
The epitome of a New York guard. But go ahead, Coach. My fault.
Y'all good. So as PSP alluded, I am a diehard Rocket fan. So Amen Thompson, I don't think I need to see another game out of him as a Rocket.
Thank you.
I think unfortunately his day got cut short. They got cut short on the ankle injury. So it's questions, will he play tomorrow? I don't think you should put him out there. I think you should rest him for the rest of the summer league. He showed me all I need to just see.
But Coach, quick question before you finish. You think Amen Thompson is too explosive? You think he might be going too fast? You think it was like what they should the Rockets?
Nah, he control that. He know how to control.
No, he know how to control. He's actually quarterback of our offense. And far as yesterday, immediately his first shot was a free throw line floater. That is hard to make. That's a floater that you don't see no other point guards are making. Immediately a free throw line floater. And what gets me is his absolute versatility. You can see immediately on his second bucket, he goes to his right and he finishes left hand. He finishes left hand and he finished that the whole game. He was making layups with his left hand throughout the whole game.
Hey, Coach.
Go ahead.
Is he left-handed?
No, he's not left-handed. He's not left-handed.
No, he's not.
He's not. Wait.
Was doing it. Both was finishing with they left.
Yeah,
they going right and finishing with they left.
Yes, they going right. Literally, yesterday it was twice. He went right.
That's some brave ass shit. I ain't gonna lie to you, bro. Like that.
Those guys. He was literally finished.
Hey, did he? But Coach.
Wait, did they do that like consistently?
Yes. Yesterday.
I haven't seen that before, but okay. Wow.
He didn't do the whole game.
Go ahead, Max.
I got a question. Did y'all not like when I was watching Amen? I don't know if I was watching through hater lenses or something, but like you said, he finished left good, but like he struggled to drive left. You know what I mean?
I see what
like
I was gonna.
When I was watching,
yeah. Go ahead, Max.
When I was watching, like he could get back to the left, but that initial drive had to be with his right. He can't. He wanted his explosive with his. Confident with his quick first step and his handle driving left. But he can always, once he get back in the lane, he can get back to the left and finish left. So that's what I said.
But that could be defenders regarding him though, because guys know he's left-handed. They're trying to take the left hand away.
He ain't left-handed.
So there could be, it may not be necessarily difficulty. Maybe it's what they're giving them.
So you mean is like all right? So would you saying he's showing like the unorthodox ambidextrous style already?
Yes. I think he can dribble left. I think he can actually dribble left. I just think his athleticism and him being able to get to the paint with ease yesterday, and even he made a big time 3-pointer. We were down 5. He shot that.
He shot that with confidence.
Shot it with confidence.
Yeah. It didn't look like he didn't have a hitch in it either, like he usually do.
Max, when he shot that 3, though, he definitely was more than confident.
He pulled it immediately. It was immediate pull. It was an immediate pull. He didn't hesitate about pass. It was an immediate pull, and his defense was really solid yesterday. The man had 4 blocks and about 3 steals, so he was all over the court yesterday.
Yeah,
that was impressive, man. That was impressive. But his athletic ability is really.
I'm trying to think. I'm gonna have to watch this game.
Ability.
I'm gonna have to watch that again because
more the summer league more.
I know. I'm not gonna watch it. Like I'm just not gonna be able to watch it consistently. But I am gonna make it a point to watch some games and certain rookies. I do want to see that. I do want to see. I do want to see Brandon Miller. Of course, I want to see Grady Dick. Because I'm a Raptor fan.
I want to see Jet Howard.
He struggled today. He struggled.
I was gonna. Go ahead, Max.
Who struggled?
PSP.
I just want to say one more point.
No, you good. You good.
One more thing about Amen Thompson. It was a play that he was driving baseline. And some point guards don't even make this play. Some point guards can't even make this play. He's driving baseline. I don't know how he saw the person cutting, he immediately does a wraparound pass baseline.
But yes, I saw that one.
Right over the
Okay,
middle.
I need to see this game.
Then there was the dump
Yeah, I
off. You
need-
saw when he did the dump
yeah,
off, the
yes,
dump off. Jesus.
Yes.
That one was early in the game, wasn't it? It was early in the
Yeah,
game.
let me
Early one.
let me
I
get
said,
on-
oh
let
my
me get
God.
I don't know how he saw it. I don't know
Hey,
how he
get on
bumped it
YouTube,
over
right?
Hey,
the
was
middle,
this the debut
but that was a
game
hell of a
you're talking
pass.
about?
I'm getting on the P5. I'm getting on my YouTube on P5 right now, bro. Like,
All right,
Hey,
fellas. We got to
yeah,
move
bro,
on. We got to
that's
move on. We
crazy.
got to talk about a subject that Leaf, I know for a fact, he does not want to talk about, and that's one Damian Lillard. Now,
Hold on, PSP. Can I just say
Go
this
ahead,
before we jump
go
into it? Yeah, I just want to give out two honorable mentions. Marcus Sacer.
Mhm.
Had a yes
Yeah.
from
Ooh,
Detroit.
he was amazing.
That was a
He's good.
great.
He was great.
Yes,
Awesome.
I like his shot release. I like his poise. I like his he reminds me of Noel, Marquise Noel, but just a little bit bigger. Can get a shot off, strong, knows what he wants to do, quick. I'm a big fan of him. I look forward to see how he does. And another thing is too, the kid at Boston, that kind of looks like Charlie Villanueva.
You talking about Walsh?
Jared Walsh?
Yes.
Walsh.
Oh,
Man.
NBA ready. He can shoot the three. Defensively, I think he's going to fit Boston perfectly. A Swiss Army knife kind of gives me like it's a like I don't know. It's a hard thing to say. Like it's kind of like the kid from Miami where he kind of looks like damn, he's kind of ready already. Like he kind of looks like he can fit in. He knows his role already. A little bit stronger than the other kids, right? Can get his shot off on different avenues. Still athletic, has some bounce. And is a good live ball passer for sure. And also, I take back the thing I said with Anthony Black. I was impressed. I didn't expect what I was gonna see from him, but I saw some good things out of Anthony Black. So I think he definitely could be a lead point guard. Reminds me of Michael Carter Williams, which is hilarious because they actually have Michael Carter Williams on the team. So he reminds me of that. But we'll see how he goes. But yeah, go ahead.
I told you about Anthony Black.
Oh my God, Jared Walsh looks exactly like Charlie Villanueva. That's crazy.
Yeah, it's crazy. It's crazy.
I told you about Anthony Black.
Go ahead, Mad Max.
I told you about Anthony Black. He's smart. Everybody say, "Hey man, the best playmaker in the class."
I like
Anthony Black is something else. He
Anthony
is.
Black's good. I like him.
All right, fellas, and also to context, Marjan Beauchamp, I thought he
Yes.
played really well too.
Very
I
well.
thought
Yes,
he
yes,
really
yes.
well.
Like,
Got
real
NBA
quick.
athleticism, got NBA size,
Yep.
can shoot a little bit. But I like him. I think he's solid for the Bucks.
Real
I'm with you
quick,
100%.
Real quick, I want to say, give like a hold your head type of thing to the player of the year from Purdue. They basically told him to go back to school. I don't know if he has a career in the NBA in the future, being 7'4" and
Zach
being on
Edey?
the block and being I think the
No, you talking about Zach Edey? Zach Edey.
Yeah, Zach Edey. Yeah.
Zach Edey. I don't know if he has a career in this league. Is that the way that they look at him is sort of the way that they look at Taco Fall.
They just told him to go back to school. That's crazy.
Yeah, they told him to go back to school.
That's actually
and
crazy.
he won Player of the Year. So I mean, listen, I'm saying hold your head. Just keep grinding, man, and keep
Accolades
keep
are fickle, fellas. Accolades
Yeah,
are
yeah.
fickle. You can win a
He probably-
reward and it don't translate to, you know what I mean? And sometimes too, you can be a great college player, but you got to remember, guys, high school is closer to the NBA than college. So you could be a great college player.
which is crazy. Which is crazy that we at that
AAU
day now.
is
It's
closer
crazy.
to the NBA.
It's crazy
than
that we at that
college.
day now, man, because it seemed like a lot of the kids, it's like, yo, why even go, man? Like, yo, I'm trying to go get my education and make my family proud, and at the same time trying to be in the NBA, but the NBA is gonna say no, and I'm gonna still have a college degree in that.
No, but-
on the other
Well,
hand.
but that's not the case though, Liz. That's one player, and it's because them big bodied college guys that work well in college can't play in space.
Right.
College is their game.
Because
Like
What were we about to go
Zach-
to? Damian Lillard?
100%.
Yeah, I was gonna get there. Y'all still want to continue on, or y'all want to?
I was just gonna say
let's give this let's unpack it just a little bit, PSP. I don't know if
the
you got
last
time.
three.
Nah, go ahead,
You know what I mean?
Max,
My
go
fault. I
ahead.
came in too late. I really wanted to lock in on
No,
this.
it's okay. It's
Go
all
ahead,
right.
go
It's
ahead,
good.
Max, go
It's
ahead.
my podcast.
The
Don't
last
take
three-
content.
Cook.
The last
man,
three
go.
national players of the year haven't been drafted
That's
because they all big body guys that don't play well on the perimeter. They do
Yeah, I
one
mean,
thing.
do you
good.
think they could be good rim protectors in the league like someday?
No,
Like
because-
You can bring them out? You can bring them out. And then they
too slow-footed.
And then
I
you take
think.
away the
He's just
run.
too slow.
The
Yeah,
way that guys play, can you imagine Golden State going up against Zach Edey in a high pick and roll?
Oh
Bro,
no!
Barbecue
he
chicken.
Yeah, I ain't gonna lie.
Barbecue chicken.
He will get cooked.
All right, can we do one? All right, let's do one better.
Memphis
Could you
barbecue
imagine?
chicken.
Yo,
It
could
don't
you
matter what
imagine?
barbecue chicken. Man.
Okay, all right, I can imagine that, bro. Like, and I agree with you. That's Ruby Tuesdays. But can we imagine? Zach Edey on Golden State?
That's
on
that's
Golden
even
State.
worse.
Yo, they're gonna have the slowest pace offense in the NBA because the guy can't get past half court.
He can't run. That's even
I mean,
worse.
but if he could rebound an outlet into the shooters, but like that's all you really.
You can find plenty of big men to do that. They can do the other things.
Maybe
Lee.
for like 15 minutes a game, but I mean, like
People sleep on Zubac, but Zubac can move at 7 feet a little bit.
Zubac can
get
definitely move.
He can get a little busy.
Valanciunas can move.
And he
Zubac
can
can
shoot.
move. Yeah. I think Steven Adams, even though he's not a threat, he can move. He could
He can
still
move.
he could be a threat on the court, like with his screens and the way he rebound and block shots and everything and enforce the paint.
Zach Edey got one move. Zach Edey got that.
Zach Edey probably making more money in college right now than he would signing a two-way contract or so.
Yo,
to be honest,
would you buy his kicks? Would you buy Zach Edey's new kicks?
He got kicked.
If he had him, would you buy him?
No, hell no.
He's not that marketable. Bro is 7'5". He got one move. Like the only thing I will say with him though is like yo.
But the only reason why I said Golden State because they need some size, bro. Like I mean, they need something in the paint. They need some big bodies.
But then they have moving size. Like why not just get Clint Capella? If you want to get a somewhat mobile big, I would rather get Clint Capella, who's had some success in the league, than get Zach Edey, who got one move under the paint.
Like, I mean, I'm looking at Zach Edey more as a shot blocker and a rebounder. Like he'll score when he can score, type of guy. I think what you want out of your bigs, man, if they not as mobile, they have to be like really good passers and really good playmakers out of screens and sets and everything. Screen assist guys like that. Great shot blockers. They could alter shots. They could come out a little bit defensively.
Can we admit that Zach Edey on any team would get like 15 minutes a game max, probably because of he just lacks athleticism. He just isn't fast enough to play. He just isn't good enough of an athlete to warrant like 25, 30 minutes a night. So I was hoping that we could agree on that.
Probably
in the league. He's like a 10.
I'll say so.
I'm
gonna just tell a young man, just hold your head, man.
Yeah, for sure.
That's all.
Gonna be an assistant coaching position open for him at Purdue, bro. He's gonna be rounded 5 seasons old.
Damn, that's foul.
Bro, here's the thing about it, right? Like guys like because I don't know if you guys are in tune, but the kid from Penn State, Jalen Pinkett, right? Like I'm not really too big on him as well because he doesn't have the quickness of a guard. He posts up a lot. He takes a lot of fall away fadeaways. He doesn't shoot at a high clip. So, but he was if I'm not mistaken, the Big Ten Player of the Year. So It's sometimes not even only big men. It's really just a college game. Like if you're a good college player, you kind of have to look them shaky in the light, like because that is more structured, and you are kind of fit into a role, right? Or for example, look at Villanueva, right? Look at all the guys that they had, right? Josh Hart, Mikal Bridges. If I'm not mistaken. If I'm not mistaken,
Jalen Brunson,
yeah. What about
DiVincenzo?
Yeah, DiVincenzo, right? So they showed you that their games translated not only in college, but because of their skill set, it does translate to high school. I mean, it translates to the NBA. However, if you look at that,
think about this context, the best player they had, Chris Jenkins, didn't make the NBA.
Yeah, that part. I was just about to say
which is crazy.
I was just about to say. So sometimes college kind of pins your game and it takes away from the effectiveness that you have. So sometimes it's a shot in the dark, especially as you're evaluating talent. And sometimes college isn't the best gauge. Sometimes
I heard Kevin Garnett. He had made a statement. He said AAU has literally ruined the NBA. How about do y'all have y'all in agreement with that statement?
No,
ruined the game.
Not at all.
So I think it's a double-edged sword. I would say I wouldn't say ruined it, but I would say it's a double-edged sword. That's the best way I could describe it.
AAU play just like the people in the NBA. Analytics. they got the game from the NBA. That's what them boys trying to get to. If you watching high level AAU basketball, most of them boys trying to get to the NBA. So they mostly got NBA coaches or players that play NBA directing their program.
You got LeBron and Rondo coaching high school. I mean AAU kids. So they are coaching NBA schemes, things of that nature. Yeah. So
the only thing I would say is that like the old heads say that people they're more friendly now. You liable to have an AAU team with the 1, 2, and 3rd best player in the nation on the same team. So they might be best friends. When they get to the NBA, they might want a team together. That's about the only thing. That's about the only thing.
So basically, like the college-bred players, man, if they do get in the league and have some success, they basically got to work at it in terms of like the speed of the game, and how they, how mobile that they are and everything in terms of like and the physicality and everything that they can keep up with, like in terms of speed and everything.
It just depends on your build too, Leaf. Like Jaquez, he's gonna be a good NBA player, but he's a 4-year college starter. But he got experience. He's a hustle guy. He does all the little things. He just loved college. He probably could have came out 2 years ago and still been a 1st round pick.
I think the hustle players, man, they always got a spot in the league, man.
Yeah.
All right, fellas. We gotta move on. We gotta talk about Damian Lillard. Now, according to Bleacher Report's Chris Haynes, he's requested a trade. We've heard a lot of rumors about going to South Beach or whatever. Context, I'm gonna let you go first. Where should Damian Lillard be treated?
Okay, so I will say this. It's a question of that might be a loaded question, PSP, because it's what does he value versus what do we see for him, right? And that's the real reason why, to a certain extent, why he's kind of axed out for the trade, right? I think he's been bamboozled by the media and the fan pressure to go against his own words, right? And his own morals and what he stands on, being loyal to the soil, right? And him see the situation that's happening right now. Although the team is kind of blatantly saying, yo, like, we're gonna rebuild with or without you. I think he's fed into kind of the question that the two questions that he had on two sides of the shoulder. What do I want out of it? Am I comfortable with just being a great player, or do I want to be in the top tier conversations? Do I want to be amongst the great? And to do that, you have to win. If you want to be in the bigger talks, you have to win. So to answer your question, I would say the best fit I would put him in would be Milwaukee. I think he would, if you get off blockwork Middleton, and I've been advocating this for a long time. I think Chris emphasis on Middleton is not the way. And now, although he's helped them win a championship, I will not say that. But moving forward, I don't think blockwork Middleton is the key. And I think if you're able to move him out of there and put Damian Lillard there, and you have him with Drew, I think what
are they moving?
No, I would move Middleton to get if I have to get rid of Middleton, I'm getting rid of Middleton and Grayson Allen to get Dame out. You know what I mean? Like, obviously, you're going to include a lot of other teams.
A lot of other stuff, but Middleton would be the main centerpiece of it.
Yeah, he would be the main centerpiece coming from.
It would have to be a third team. Portland,
of course, yeah. But I would say Milwaukee to cut it short. PSP.
Yeah, I think Milwaukee would be a better fit though. Now you're gonna have to give up Middleton or somebody in order to get Dame, and I think Dame would be a better at the number 2 than the number 1 option. Right. And look, Ticket, we all know Ticket. He's had a lot to say about Damian Lillard. I think he said something about Dame avoiding the grind. And look, Ticket, I didn't really have a problem with what he said because Dame said it himself about being against ring culture and joining super teams or whatever. Yeah. P5, I'm going to let you go next. Where would you like to see Damian Lillard play?
First, I wanted to ask you if you actually know about another report where Dame's agent is calling other teams around the league and is telling them to not trade for Dame.
So unprofessional.
He wants to go to Miami.
So unprofessional.
Then that's a complete contradiction.
Yeah, I mean that's just
how do you go from Chris Haynes to saying you requested a trade, and then now your agent is saying either you want to be traded or not. It's just that simple.
Now it's don't trade for me unless you're Miami. He only wants to go to Miami.
Dame went from Dame went from one of the most professional players in the league that we thought to one report. It's just so unprofessional, bro.
Yeah,
you're not gonna report if you get traded to a team.
But
if you request a trade,
fair, I will say this though, fellas. We can't necessarily all the time associate what the agent does, because remember, the agent sometimes has to be the bad guy, but the agent is being. But on the outside world, we're gonna look at it as Dame controlling that situation and telling the agent, "Yo, put this in the air." The agent and the agency firm might say, "Yo, if you want to get, a certain situation, we recommend this for you." And they may say, "You know what? It is what it is." He may not want to do that, right? However, sometimes it might be just in the agent's best interest to do so. Although I know you guys are all gonna say he is the representation of Dame, but at the same token, you also have to remember that sometimes the agent will throw smoking mirrors, regardless of who the players, what they stand for, things of that nature. Just because they are the agent, they have to be the bad guy.
Before y'all, but to answer. Well, hold on, P5, and I'm actually glad that you brought up that point. Context. Sorry to interrupt you, P5, but it's great because I mentioned with Kyler Murray and the contract situation with the NFL, and we'll talk about Kyler after the Dame situation. But look, agents, even though from a standpoint, all of us are looking and say, well, he is the agent to he is the agent to Damian Lillard, and just like Kyler Murray, Damian Lillard. If your agent is saying this, that means you're saying it. But at the same time, agents do that kind of grimy shit though sometimes. To make their client look bad. So I understand where context is coming from. P5, what did you wanted to say? Where do you think Dame should be traded, or should he stay in Portland?
He shouldn't stay in Portland. That's one. He should have left years ago. But I'm gonna try to what's best for Portland, what's best for Dame, and kind of what's best for the NBA, I guess. The best trade that Portland can make is a realistic one. Is to trade Dame to Brooklyn. Brooklyn has assets. They've got players that they can move. They've got future Suns picks. They've got Sixer picks. They have.
Y'all not gonna fuck with me tonight. Bro.
The Nets, and I'm not even saying. I'm not even saying this.
No. I heard all.
P5. The only reason why I'm laughing because he'll probably bring up Ben Simmons for some reason.
Bro. No, I know Ben Simmons is not going to be involved in any trade like that. Like you can move guys, like you can move. Joe Harris already got traded. You can move.
Joe Harris is already moved.
He's already
gone. But
like Dorian Finney-Smith could get moved. They have tons of assets they could move. I mean, the Nets have the assets to get Dame.
Oh my God.
And I think that would really help Brooklyn a lot. Now, the best thing for Dame, of course, he wants to go to Miami. He wants to play for the team that just won the finals. That trade would probably involve Hero, a couple of picks, and maybe some other stuff. I personally want to see Dame go to Milwaukee. I've always wanted to see Dame and Giannis play together. I asked context, what were they moving? Because I didn't really see a trade or Milwaukee even having the assets. But if a third team got involved, I would love to see Dame in Milwaukee. I would like
P5. You really trying me right
now? No, I'm not.
No.
I think the Nets actually have the assets to get Dame if they wanted him. But
before I hold on, Mad Max. Are you
go
there?
to somebody else, bro? I need to cool off.
Mad Max, can you hear me, man? I don't think he can hear us or talk. But
go to somebody else, bro. I need to cool off.
Where would you like to see Dame Dollar go to?
Oh man, I have to say Miami. I would say Milwaukee makes sense, but there was one thing that I heard that was really suspect to me about Dame's camp, and they said that he was even open going to San Antonio. Once they said that, I'm like, oh, I see what this guy is doing. He wants to get away from that income tax. Because I'm like, why would you go to San Antonio? Is San Antonio
state income taxes? Texas.
That plays a role. So when he said only Miami and San Antonio, I'm like, money got to be a reason or a factor involved. It's got to be money involved.
It's the same reason Harden left Brooklyn, supposedly.
Right. So
I think he left Brooklyn because of the taxes, and he just didn't like the lifestyle there in Brooklyn compared to Houston.
I also don't think he liked the Kyrie situation at all.
Harden loves them strip clubs. There's no question about that.
And he didn't like the Kyrie situation either. He didn't like that.
But let's be real here. I think Dame cares about his money. I think money matters.
He does.
Right?
There's no question about that.
So if he wanted to win and he cared about the grind, I'm not saying people should. I never look at another man's bag now. Let's be honest. We should never be guys to take a pay cut, especially if they're like that, right?
Yeah.
But my problem with Dame is, you talking about the grind, and you want them to bring a winning team to Portland supposedly, but you got a max contract though. Are you better than LeBron James? Is Damian Lillard definitively a top 10 player? No. So him being the best player on the championship team don't win. It doesn't matter what they put around you. They're not going to be able to put a team around you that's going to win a championship. No one's going to.
Now on the super max contract, that's true. But I think if a player's under a max contract, you can still build a comparable team
but
around
not
them.
Damian Lillard.
Okay. I just don't think Dame's a number one on a championship team.
Yeah.
But I just
At best he could be a number 2.
Yeah, I think he's a number 2. But
number 2 is uncomfortable for me because I looked at LeBron and AD struggle, and they got swept by Jokic. So I'm sitting here like, it's like a 1 and a 2, and what does that 2 look like next to Dame? It's got to be damn near close to him. It's got to be like his number 2. Even if he was a number 2, the number 1 guy got to be a Giannis level player. To even
I mean, a number 2 for Dame would probably have to be like a really, really good defensive player that can also create for his own offensively, and maybe a wing or a front court.
I already
player.
know who the hell that is.
But Brooklyn, I don't.
Hey,
Mikal Bridges. Mikal Bridges.
Skip past that. Skip past
Mikal Bridges, bro.
Yo.
All right, Mad Max.
Yo, Bob, you really starting to push it.
All right, Mad Max. Where would you like to see Damian Lillard traded, or should he stay in Portland?
First off, I liked him requesting a trade, but once I seen that thing about the age, and I lost respect because if you want to get out of there, you'll go to anybody you want to go to. And I also believe that he held the organization hostage this summer. I think that he wanted them to trade him without him having to put in a trade request, no matter so he can look good to the fans. Like he knew at the beginning of this summer he wanted to be traded. If he would have been put in this trade request, I think he would have been traded before the draft, before the new CBA kicked in, and before July 1st. I think he would have been traded, and I don't think that he got the picks that. I don't think nobody want to help each other right now. Like NBA is in a weird situation where don't nobody want to help each other. Like, so for Dame to go to the Heat, it's gonna have to be a third team involved. So who is that third team? The Heat don't have picks. That's what the Blazers want. If the Heat had picks, this trade would have been done. I don't think the Heat can trade a first round pick until like 2028.
The Heat can trade 2 first round picks. That's the max they can trade right now.
Yeah.
All right. Hold on. Let me read this comment right here from Tyson. The agent works for the player. He has the final say so. Context. You want to respond to that?
I was gonna say that to him.
Yeah. I agree. I understand what you guys are saying. However, from on time to time, they will throw smoking mirrors to create certain things. Now, here's the thing about it, right? Although I disagree, Max. You said that they held them hostage. I think it was both a toxic relationship on both sides, because the organization was showing him that they were rebuilding with or without him. So the fact that you've taken two guards, right? 2 lead guards at that. It's not like you're going against off ball. Anthony Simons is an on ball guard. He plays off ball because he's playing with Damian Lillard. On top of that,
but they drafted him as a developmental player, though.
But that's my point. That's my point. But hear me out, Max. They drafted him as a developmental player, right? And now look at how he's turned out, right? To a lead, to a potentially a starting league guard that can put some buckets in the league. And then you drafted an automatic league guard with Scoot Henderson. So what are they telling you? What did they say? They're saying to you, well, we're not going to draft and put players around to fit you. We're just going to rebuild. And if you want to stay, cool. If you don't, cool. It is what it is. So because he taught, that's why I said, he taught some, he unfortunately, as players, you get caught in the media. And like I said, that's why I said it's a tricky thing. And the agent has to kind of has to do the dirty work from time to time, regardless of how Dame is going to be perceived. Now, we still perceive Dame is the thing about it. The perception of Dame is he's the bad guy regardless. He's still getting chastised for running from the grind. He's getting, you know what I mean? Like people are not shooting the same bear that they were doing before. However, we also have to look at it.
I agree with you. I agree with you. It was toxic on both sides.
Because also context, you got to think about this context. Like, is Dame Lillard, like, think about this, Tim Legler is a better shooter than Dame, right?
Huh?
What?
Tim Legler.
Like, and not only that, Remember what Ticket said? If you
I remember what he said. Yup. He said
I was trolling you, content. I just came here to troll you. I was trolling you real quick. I didn't know.
Dev, leave me alone, bro. Leave me alone.
Hey, everybody just shut up. Everybody just shut up when he said that. Nobody.
Hey, Dev, all I had to say was Dame to Brooklyn, and I wasn't even trolling. I was being dead serious.
No, but I agree everything you said, though, context, about the talk.
P5, you really want to continue this shit, bro?
I was being, bro, I've been vouching for
No.
Come on.
Damn
Let's
that.
be civilized.
Because context, how do you view context? I kind of like the future that even in trade day, I like the future that Portland got with Scoop Simons. I think they have a pretty good rebuild. How do you feel like going forward? Do you think Dame, in your opinion, do you think trading Dame is good? Or if you're Portland, where would you send him and what would you try to get from Dame? For any team, because obviously you have the leverage since he has no trade clause.
He has no trade clause?
Send his ass to Utah.
I mean, he doesn't have no trade clause. He doesn't. He doesn't have one.
Okay. I was going to say.
PSP did so Dev I don't know if he was in, but PSP did ask. So I don't want to be long-winded and turn into like another thing to repeat myself. But I'll say Milwaukee. Dev will be the best place for him to get his opportunity to not only be a number 2 option, but he'll be able to make an impact that can kind of remove that nasty stain. Now, this is a nasty stain on his jacket. Just due to the fact that like I said, he's double talked in a lot of cases, right? However, I think the reason why he double talked is because Max, it was a toxic situation, right? I think he was trying to be a stand-up guy. It's kind of one of the things where you try to be a stand-up guy, but you are still getting you're not getting the fair share. You're not getting you know what I mean, the same opportunities that other guys are getting. But you're trying to hold it down and be respectable. Eventually, when you say, yo, listen, I want you guys, this might have been the slap in the face. Yo, guys, what are we doing? Are we rebuilding around me, or are you guys going to get younger? And they basically said, nah, we're going to get younger. You take it how you want to take it. That's a slap in the face. So at this point, what am I supposed to do? You know what I mean? You guys are showing me on time and time again that you guys miss out on drafts. You guys, you know what I mean? Now, and like I said, he's done the double-sided thing because he's asked to keep CJ when they should have been traded him. He asked to keep Nurkic when they should have got rid of him when his trade value was high to get pieces, right? So, but I also feel like Portland did have some misfires in free agent signings and drafting, right? With Evan Turner, Allen Crabbe, they were cool pieces.
The Allen Crabbe deal was nasty,
but those weren't. Yeah, but those weren't pieces
Allen Crabbe
that was going to put them over the top.
Sport, bro. Come on.
Right.
He was also above the net, yes.
So that's why I said, sometimes you at this point, Dame, I think he's aware that regardless of how this looks, this was a toxic relationship. We should have cut it off from earlier. And now that we're doing it, I'm going to have to be the bad guy. So I think his agent is kind of, trying to, it might make it look worse. But at this point, Dame has to bite the bullet because you had said things prior that you're kind of going against. But success will wipe that away. To be honest with you, success will wipe that away.
I think if Dame just kept his mouth shut and then just now requested a trade, then
no. So I will say this. I will ask you guys. I want to ask you PSP and then the panel. How do you feel? Because remember, Kyrie asked for his trade in silence. He said, he specifically said, I don't want this to get out, right? And the organization leaked out that Kyrie wanted to trade. So what if Dame had not done it in public, right? And he just said, in private, hey guys, I want to trade. Let's see what we could do, things like that. And then the organization leaked it out. How would you guys look at Dame?
I feel like it's better handled in private anyway, because things could probably go smoother. It'll probably be smoother for you to leave. It'll give the organization time. So I don't have no animosity from Dame, so I'll just feel him the same way. Honestly, right now, I think, in my opinion, if I want to ask for a trade, I'll just go up to the team straight up, be like, "Hey, man, I need to go."
I think context. If Dame asks privately, kind of like how Kyrie asked privately, listen, I want to be traded. Then, look, that's up to the player. That's up to the player if he wants to be there or not.
Right.
But if the organization said, okay, we'll see what we can do privately and decide to air that out, I put that on the organization. You should have kept that
100%.
shit confidential.
There we go.
Yeah.
You don't do that.
Well,
But they just but sometimes they do that because they want to make themselves look
Have
good
leverage.
and meanwhile make the player
But
look bad to
there you go,
control the
PSP.
narrative.
No,
Yes,
but let's
there
be
you
honest.
go.
Yeah, but one thing that does though for an organization is it takes away the organization's leverage. I don't know why they do that. Is it because like if like what's
Does
easier?
it though?
No, yes, because like if Damian Lillard requested a trade from Portland, now all 29 other NBA teams know that Dame does not want to be there, and that Portland is going to try and be trading him. If Portland just went up to like Brooklyn or not Brooklyn, sorry, Miami and offered Dame to them, and he hadn't actually publicly requested a trade yet, bro, Portland could probably get like a whole lot more out of Miami than what they're probably gonna get if he does go now.
I get
right?
I get what P5.
Miami ain't got nothing to give anyway, bro. Miami ain't got nothing to give.
What would a Miami package look like? It'd probably be
Hero,
something
Robinson,
like
and a
Tyler
pick.
Hero, a couple of firsts, and maybe like Jovic or
That's
I
it.
don't
Just
know. Like
Nobody
and-
wants that
and-
Tyler
and-
Hero
and-
deal,
that's
bro.
not
That's
nothing.
out.
It'd be a lot of stuff. It'd be
And a-
some
and a
some
couple
other stuff with
Jokic
Tyler Hero and everything.
no, but that would like if they make that trade, it would be like, okay, we are fully like we're pretty much selling our
You're selling the future. You're selling out your future. Yes.
but at the same time, it's like, man, like
Who's the number one option?
Robinson or something like that, and some picks. Like, is that really a fair trade or equal trade for Dame? I think I see Milwaukee putting together pieces because like you might be able to get back Drew Holiday. At the end of the day, Drew Holiday's a star who's in the league.
Well, you're not gonna get any fair trade because Dame is a top 10 level player. Like it's gonna be hard. And usually trades never gonna be like a fair one-way trade. Like
Portland's looking for draft capital.
But you need some picks to offer. It got to be draft capital.
Yeah, Portland wants draft capital. Yeah, that's.
And I have the perfect team, but I'm gonna let somebody else go ahead. Go ahead, Coach.
Don't say
the Utah Jazz. I say the Utah Jazz.
No, we ain't getting.
We're not getting into Utah again.
I'm telling trade Dame to Utah.
San Antonio actually has the assets.
I got a team different than that. But
hey, San Antonio.
Hold on, folks. Coach Dante, where would you like to see Damian Lillard traded, or should he stay in Portland?
First of all, I don't mind him asking out. The problem that I have as of right now is I would like Dame to come out and say I will go to any playoff contender or championship contender, anything that helps compete. I don't mind that, but the fact that he come out and say that I will only play for Miami Heat is just making him look bad, look like a diva. So I would like for him to come out and say I'll play for any championship contender or any playoff contender that's out there. But other than that, I agree with Contest, man. I would like to see him in Milwaukee. But the spot, like I wouldn't mind seeing him in Miami. I think Miami will be a squad, but good squad. But I would like to see him in Milwaukee though. With Giannis, him and Giannis, interesting together.
I was thinking other than Milwaukee. I don't know how y'all feel. It maybe sound crazy. Dame in Philly.
I don't hate it.
I was gonna say that.
I think it's definitely an upgrade over Harden, but
he is most definitely upgrade over Harden.
Bro, I don't think Damian Lillard is gonna sit on the left and watch Joel Embiid post up. Those I don't like Philly's pace offensively. Like the way they play, their pace.
I got the perfect team for him.
I like Milwaukee. I think Milwaukee is the way to go. I think you can get Chris Middleton or Drew Holiday for him. I think you can get the young.
Orlando would be a really good spot for him.
But the only thing is, Dame I 100% believe San Antonio and Miami because of the taxes. Because why would he pick San Antonio to go to? Why would he like
other than Wemby and Pop, of course, money. He wants to make sure he gets the bag. And look, we're all four players getting that bag.
Yes.
Leaf.
What's that team?
Go ahead, man. What you got to say, man? I ain't got to ask you the question. Go ahead, Leaf.
Well, Max made a good point because a lot of reasons why the Miami deal went down. He alluded to the draft picks, which they don't have, and another reason why is because the Portland Trailblazers don't want that Tyler Hero deal at all. And they didn't want the Duncan Robinson deal when they when they
What
first
is it, Duncan
introduced it back in the
Robinson
middle
deal?
of the season. They didn't want that deal neither. They didn't want that deal neither because of the contracts. So, which leads me to believe that the best possible team for him in terms of a contender is Boston. Boston has number 1 picks they just got from Washington, obviously, and that's draft capital that they would send over to Portland. They would have to put another team in the deal, and I think it would probably end up being a 3-team trade between the other team, which would be down in Texas, and that's the Houston Rockets.
W
And
take.
Yeah, that's great.
And I honestly believe that JB is probably going to be in that deal if that deal gets made. JB is probably
He has to be.
That would have been great, but the Celtics are already out on Dame. They've said so.
Yeah. So
they're already out on Dame.
Well, other than that, I don't see how the Miami deal happens because they don't have draft capital. Portland doesn't want that. Whatchamacallit deal. Portland didn't want the Ben Simmons deal in the 3-team trade neither because they tried that. So
the only way it happens if Portland has blackmail on Pat Riley. That's the only way it happens.
But I mean, even then, Miami can only offer up 2 first-round picks. It's the most they can offer, so it's not even like.
But here's the thing that's not the draft capital they were looking. That's what Portland was looking for.
Mm-hmm.
Now Utah doesn't sound too bad, but because Utah does have draft capital as well. But the thing is, they don't have enough young pieces accordingly, and another player that's sent over there that's going to be fitting into the mix of what they're doing with.
And they can't match salaries. They won't be able to match
salaries. And because whatchamacallit just got paid, and whatchamacallit just got paid, and they'll have to let that Jordan Clarkson deal walk because he has a player op. If he signs on that player op, he'll be able to stay. But if he doesn't,
what about Chicago?
What? No.
What?
No.
I'm just
Chicago.
Why would?
Wait, what does Chicago have to trade?
What about?
No,
Zach
LaVine. They wanted to come off of Zach LaVine for a while.
No, come on, stop. What the hell are you gonna say next? You want Damian Lillard with the Knicks? No.
You want Dame with DeRozan, Dev?
But hold on, I got a real one though.
I'm just thinking.
What about Minnesota?
Minnesota.
No.
Who are they trading Ant?
For Cat?
No, they're not trading Ant. They have to trade Cat. They're gonna have to trade Cat.
Fuck no.
It would be Cat and a whole lot of other stuff because they don't have any. They don't have any picks to trade.
They don't have any picks neither.
They don't need no picks. You getting a young talent.
So realistically, the reality is, bro, this kind of looks like last year when Kevin Durant asked for a trade and he didn't.
Let me ask this: Are the Blazers?
That's what it kind of looks like.
Dame
has no leverage. Dame's destinations don't really have anything that Portland is looking for, and that's basically the bottom line. But they can basically keep Dame and sit him on the bench and then groom the young players and tank, and then get more draft picks. So they like Portland.
Just send him to Toronto for the hell of it.
And let me ask y'all real quick. How many more draft picks y'all think the Blazers are actually looking for? Because now I'm thinking about it. They're going to be really bad next year, so they're going to have their pick next year because the Bulls have it, but it's lottery protected.
Right.
Also, they already have Scoot. They have Simons. They have Sharp. Nasir Little's a really good young player on the team. They have Jamie Grant. Like, how many more picks are they looking for? They're looking for 3, 4.
You get as many picks as you can.
They're basically looking for Greg Oden and LaMarcus.
I know, but like, you wonder, like, because the worst thing you don't want, what you don't want really is kind of a roster crunch with just tons of young talent that are like fighting each other for minutes, and then you got like these other players that are on your roster that aren't playing that deserve to play, right?
Kind of like Houston.
Well, the
situation that OKC has, that they're going to hit that situation.
Here's the thing, P5. When you create, the thing, P5.
No, they're not. They trading pick.
I mean,
OKC keep trade. OKC will trade a first round pick for. They'll trade down. They keep trading down. They had like 5 first. They keep trading down. They know what they're doing.
Here's the thing, P5. Like the thing is, when you have a young coach, young coach like Chauncey Billups, bro, like as much young talent as you could get is the better because you want him to groom young players.
Well, he ain't that young.
Well, he's not young, but I'm talking about like second year coach.
I know what you mean.
Like first and second year coach. Like when you have a first second year coach, like a Chauncey Billups who's coming in his own, you want him to have more young talent as possible to get those guys to buy in. You know what I'm saying? Like to get the newer guys to buy in, as opposed to a guy that made his name already.
Okay,
like
that's fair.
You know what I'm saying? So the thing is, with a Scoot Henderson and with an Anthony Simons, those guys are gonna buy in. They're young. They gonna listen. They getting their opportunity. They're gonna be the lead guards going forward for this team, no matter who they get in the draft or no matter who they get in trades or free agency, whatever. So
now, is there any scenario where Dame doesn't get traded?
All right.
Yes, it's plenty of scenarios when this
I believe so. I think he's gonna be on the Portland. I think he's gonna be on the Portland Trailblazers going into the year.
I think he might be in the Portland Trailblazers to his contract run out.
Question.
Wow.
Y'all probably asked this earlier, but do you think he sits out if he's still in Portland?
No, I don't think he sits out.
No,
he's still in Portland.
No, not a chance.
No, I don't think he sits out. No.
Like what? They can't send him to his team, bro. Like they could let him sit there and just groom the young guys.
To be honest, I don't think Portland really cares if he sits out and he's still on the team. I don't think
Portland really gives a damn.
I don't think they care.
Don't.
But
oh yeah, you're right. They got screwed. You're right. They don't.
I don't think Dame would. I don't think Dame.
Dame has no leverage.
Yes,
if you sit out right now, you don't think they care?
I'll let him sit out. If I can't get the trade I want, I'll let him sit out. You don't gotta rush it.
Oh, I just want to say this. I want to say this real quick. I know it's off topic, but Carmelo Anthony's son, I feel like he's gonna be really good in the future. I just want to say that.
I think he'll be pretty good as well.
Yeah,
but I think it's going to be immense pressure on them because it's kind of been put on them after that. That pressure kind of been put on him in that retirement video that Melo did. He's like, it's.
I mean, if you're the son of any NBA player, especially a guy that was a star,
I think Cayenne will be solid though. And
I can't wait to see.
But it was already going to be pressure on him, but now it's immense, man. Like I think it's going to be he's going to be looked to basically do.
Hey, question: is Bronny in next year's draft or the year after?
Next year,
I think the year.
Next year, he will be a freshman at USC.
Yes, he's.
Where is he actually good?
We don't know. We don't know yet.
We don't know yet. P5. We saw the McDonald's All-American game. I mean, he's got a nice, smooth.
Is he better than Zaire?
Better than who?
Than who?
Zion.
Zaire Wade.
No. Yeah, he's way better.
He's way better than Zaire. Hell yeah.
He's way better than Zion.
Well, you think Zaire or Zion?
He's way better than
Zaire.
He's way better than
Zaire. I thought you said Zion.
I thought he said Zion too.
Zaire.
P5.
Hold on, guys. We got to move on
P5.
real quick. But Mad Max, you get one
Bronny James is a. Okay.
Go ahead, Mad Max.
He's gonna be a great role player, great 3-and-D player in this league. Great secondary playmaker on the team because he got the IQ. He plays defense. He knocks down shots.
I heard that Bryce
he got an NBA game.
I heard that Bryce is gonna be really good, but I don't know anything about Bryce either. So
we don't know.
We'll see.
But PSP, have you seen Cooper?
I was just going to say.
Have I seen what?
Cooper Flag.
A little bit. I like him. I like
Cooper Flag. I've heard it.
I like him. I like him. I mean, got some skill, but we gotta wait and see. I just don't want to put pressure on these kids, man. Just quick, man. Especially with Cayenne and Bronny because who their fathers are. So we gotta wait and see. But I think they'll be solid. I think Bronny. I watched a little bit from the McDonald's All-American game. I liked his jump shot. I mean, he could definitely hit the three. He can give you some level of defense, though. I like the younger son of LeBron than Bronny. That's my opinion. Bryce. Yeah. And I like Cayenne. I got a smooth game. But let me read these comments real quick, and then, folks, we gotta wrap it up with the show. Send Jamie Jovic and Hero to Portland. I don't know if y'all feel about that. And this comment from LC James. Where's James Harden going? That topic only lasted a day. I feel like I know he ain't the same caliber player as Dame, so it ain't going to be talked about as much, but he can still help a team compete. Leaf, a lot of people were laughing at the take in which you said about Harden titties over titles. The man don't value nothing in terms of championships. You said you want him in Taiwan. You stand by that?
I stand by that 100,000, 100 trillion%. Because here's the thing. Here's the thing. At this point in his career, he still thinks he has a legitimate trade value, and but at the same time wants to make big time money and play for a contender, and that's really kind of those days are pretty much kind of coming to an end. You know,
that's a good question. Where is Harden going? Because
I
like
have no idea, and I really
I
don't
think he's
care,
staying
bro.
Philly.
Like
because I can't really think like I guess I can't really think of the first situation off the top of my head at least. Like I've heard the Clippers be thrown out there. I've heard,
I've heard the Clippers and the Knicks, but
yeah, I've heard
bro,
before I
listen,
let anyone
he
else,
could play for a whorehouse of all I care, bro. Like I don't
the
care.
Clippers. Hey, if Kawhi and Harden can stay healthy throughout a playoff run, then the Clippers might actually not be a bad situation. But
You looking for Kawhi to stay healthy, even
yeah,
when he's
that's
still,
the thing.
even when he's
but
getting
Kawhi
low
and
managed,
Paul
he's gonna
George
get
to stay healthy, though. That's the
he's gonna
concern,
get
though.
he's gonna
And
get
James
low
Harden?
managed and still gonna get hurt, bro. That's the
Yeah,
problem.
like that's the problem with Kawhi.
Yeah,
So,
and Russ, I'm pretty sure Russ is not sitting behind
is
Harden.
Russ staying in? Is
Again.
Russ staying in
No,
LA?
he signed a 2
Yeah,
year.
he's saying he
$2
signed a
deal.
2-year deal.
He signed a 2-year. Yes, he did.
All right, at least he found himself a home.
I think Russ played his ass off
He did.
in his Clippers run, especially in the postseason. I think he
Mhm.
showed a lot of
Right.
it showed that he got a lot left, and it showed a lot of heart. Harden is bitch made to me. I think he needs to go. He's wasted too much time in this league, bro. He's a cancer to all these young players and a cancer to what being an NBA professional means. He needs to go. I'm tired of him. I don't ever want to see his face ever again.
Jesus.
All right.
God.
Context. Where do you think James Harden should go? I'm gonna let you have this last comment, and then we got to move on to this one last topic.
Kyler Murray.
Damn. To be honest with you, it's a tough case because to be honest with you, I don't mind him staying in Philly. I think him with Embiid actually works. I just don't. It's just really a attrition thing with Embiid, right? And then, to be honest with you, it's aggression in terms of Embiid. I think that's actually like the best play style for him is to play with Embiid because what happens is you can rely on Embiid to take the bulk share of the buckets, right? And then you still have somebody that can be a table setter, be a playmaker, be able to hit shots. He doesn't get to the rim like he used to. On top of that, too, the wear and tear on his body has definitely taken a toll. So to me, I think that's the best idea. Now, the second best idea would probably be from a basketball standpoint, would be probably.
I think Philly's the best fit for him.
Yeah,
honestly.
that's the best one. But I would say the second one, if I wouldn't say Philly, the second one I would probably say is maybe the Clippers.
I'm looking around, I don't really see much.
You
fit,
would move. You would move. No. The
You would
reason why I
have to
see
put Russ on the bench.
Yeah, you would have to, of course. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So Russ would be on the bench. Which I don't think he will mind. And on top
Paul
of that,
George will be moved.
You would have to, yeah, which is cool. Because to be honest with you, Paul George, even though he's a great number 2 and he does his thing, I think him and Kawhi, there's still a redundancy in skill set. And I don't think it's the same thing kind of like with Boston or JT and JB, where their skill set is kind of lapped over on each other and they don't really complement each other per se. It's kind of hard to have 2 guys that kind of do very similar skill sets. The way that Miami was able to make it work with LeBron James and Dwayne Wade was that one player became a very, very heavy. Dwayne Wade relied more so on being an off-ball player. And on top of that, they both worked on their post games and their shooting. So they complement each other, which on the other guys, they play the same exact way. Paul George and Kawhi played exactly the same exact way. So they don't really provide a different alternative. So that's why I would put the Clippers.
A piece of shit. Get him out of the league, man.
Yeah, I think the Clippers.
But I would say Philly would be just stay at Philly. To be honest with you,
yeah, just stay in Philly. Just stay in
Philly.
Yeah, just.
Plus that $35.6 million.
It's a lot.
Right.
It's a lot.
Right.
Yeah.
But
That was a
I wouldn't
player
mind
op,
him
right?
going to the but
Yeah.
I wouldn't mind him going to the Clippers. Russ is willing to sacrifice. He could have gone somewhere else, taken the bag somewhere else, but he decided to
I don't
stay.
think Russ is willing to sacrifice for his monkey ass, bro. Like
no,
he
did already. He
gonna
did.
be
He
like,
went to
nah, I'm
Houston.
not.
He did that in Houston. He
Yeah, I know
sacrificed
he
in
did it
Houston.
at Houston, but I know he ain't trying to do it again. I doubt it.
But leave. Here's why I say that. It's because
He took a
2
pay cut to
years,
stay in LA.
$8 million at this point. I think he's happy now with the Clippers, given the fact that during his time with the Lakers, and even though he didn't play well the first year, I felt like too many times, particularly Skip Bayless and others, used him as the scapegoat when there were other issues with the team.
Too.
There was Frank Vogel. Even though I felt like Frank Vogel, I felt like what they did to him was wrong. I felt sorry for him. Also, AD with his injuries, LeBron with his injuries, the
And the
Lakers
roster construction in
defensively,
general.
Yeah,
the
it was
Lakers
just a bad
defensively,
fit.
they were not that good. Even
Yeah.
with Frank Vogel as a head coach, and I put that on the organization, not Frank Vogel, because they didn't surround him with the necessary pieces on defense. And defense, that's always been his forte.
Right.
So it's going to be interesting to see how he does things in Phoenix with DeAndre Ayton. But I
100%
doubt
facts.
that for a second. But
And in terms of
Lord,
Harden,
100%
bro,
facts.
I'm
yeah,
standing on what I said about Harden, man.
no,
forever, man.
leave,
Fuck 'em.
stand by it. Like I told you before,
Fuck
even
'em.
what you said about Jason Tatum, stand by what you said with Jason Tatum.
Well, I have to address the before we continue, I have to address something. A lot of people was getting on me about the quote unquote light skin thing that I was talking about. Like, listen, in terms
Yeah,
of
what was that?
playing, well, here's the thing. I only use it in a basketball term now. In terms of, I got it from Kobe because he basically told Jordan Clarkson, when he was over there, yo, you playing like a light skinned nigga. You know, you going to the basket like a light skin. I need you to go to basket like a dark skin. I'm pretty sure people already say this. So that, and then, in those terms, that means kind of, yo, you playing, bitch made. You playing weak. I mean, and I refer to Jason Tatum in the finals, what he was doing, what he was not doing against Steph Curry. Steph Curry, I don't think Steph Curry minds playing like a light skin motherfucker because he's very good at away from the basket. So my thing, him and Clay, they own that title.
But you thought he was soft. You thought Tatum was soft. You felt like Tatum.
I thought Tatum was grade A bitch made in that series.
I think
Grade
Tatum
A.
might be soft actually, which is amazing,
Yeah.
which is incredible.
I thought he was soft, and I had him on my top 3 list of players that's pissing me off. So. Yeah.
Well, there's him and there's Ben Simmons and there's a lot of
Nah. Well, Ben Simmons, I kind of just erased him.
Ben Simmons is soft.
I erased him from my mem block. In terms of players and what I know they could do at this point is him, Dame, and Zion, because
Is
Zion
Dame
basically.
soft?
You talk about hold on.
I know Dame is
Hold on,
soft.
Hold on.
I'm
Let me say
sorry,
this. Let me say this. Hold on.
Go
Let
ahead,
me say this,
context.
PSP.
Go ahead, context.
For you, Lee, for you to say that about James Harden and not say that about Ben Simmons, talk about unprofessionalism, right?
That is hypocritical.
It's
Well, here's the thing.
Let me expand. Hold on.
I
Leaf,
think
hold
y'all
on.
know how I feel about Ben Simmons, but
Let me say,
Ben Simmons'
I'm
name
with
didn't
you.
come up. James Harden name did.
Oh no, that's fair. No. I'm not saying it. I'm not saying in response to that, Leaf. I don't mean I mean it like an attack. What I was saying, I want to make a point too. Like PSP, this is a real sad case of where the same thing that they highlighted going into the draft that we don't know about Ben Simmons' motor. We don't know about what is his love of the game. Does he really love the game? Does he love to compete? Right?
Those are the exact
Does he want
problems.
to get better? Right?
I said that.
We haven't seen any improvement. You play the same exact way since you got to the league.
Wait. Context. Calm down. First of all, everything you said is exactly what I've said, and I'm glad you brought that up.
Mm-hmm.
And I wish Gabe was here. Mm-hmm. I told J-Rob and I told Dezo, I think it was Big Ox's podcast. Mm-hmm. Ben Simmons doesn't take the game seriously. I don't think Ben Simmons truly cares about basketball.
When?
I mean, he's never. And they bring up Ben Simmons is not this, Ben Simmons is not that. He can't be the number one option. I said it's year 8 in his career. He has not made any improvement whatsoever. And Dezo brings up, well, Ben Simmons developed as far as with the defense, developed with the other things. What about the issue that he still hasn't addressed, which is his shooting and his lack of motor? We knew Ben Simmons had passing, defense, playmaking,
that was a given
ability coming out of
player development isn't player development.
So when you bring up the things that he's improved in terms of the defense and other stuff, I'm sorry, that doesn't resonate with me.
There you go.
Yes. And
look, player development isn't just improving.
Got a mental issue. Look, I want to make it very and abundantly clear. I am all for player. I do think Ben Simmons has mental issues. I do think his confidence, his motor is not there.
Wavers.
He hasn't been the same since the Atlantis series. Okay.
Yeah.
And then J-Rob brings up Ben Simmons and Nicholas Claxton on the point. And this is where I vehemently disagree with J-Rob, and I totally agree with Gabe. Having those two out on the court would be bad because not just and I forgot to bring up this point. Does J-Rob or anyone else realize that Ben Simmons and Nick Claxton are not even combined 100% at the free throw line, which means you're going to have to implement the Hacker Claxton, Hacker Ben strategy. That means you're going to have to take him out the ball game, and you can't play him.
Ben Simmons have to come. Wait. Best scenario for us, Ben Simmons has to come off the bench if he does play, but I already know that's not going to happen.
Who said Simmons and Claxton should be on the floor together?
J-Rob talked about how great the duo between Ben Simmons and Nick Claxton could be, something regarding the pick and roll.
The defense, some regarding the pick and roll.
Defensively, I guess.
When he said that,
defensively, I agree with J-Rob. Where I don't agree with the two of them out on the court, even if they're great defensively, out on the court together, we all know their liabilities at the free throw line.
The real problem is we need to get the ball out of Spencer Dinwiddie's shitty hands, bro. Like, I don't ever want to see him as our league guard.
The real problem is Simmons needs to go to like Indiana or like Portland or something. He needs to get out of the spotlight. He needs to get out of the spotlight.
No, but that's the problem.
Send his ass to Utah.
But that's the problem with Ben Simmons. But that's the problem with Ben Simmons. Ben Simmons likes, and I don't blame him. He likes that life. He likes that lifestyle. He wants to be in a big market.
He likes street clothes, bro, and buying Bentleys in downtown.
He needs to take a break from it because it's clearly like it's ruining him, really. But
and Dezo, when he brings up the improvements as far as with the defense and the playmaking, we knew he had all these things. So context. I'm sorry if I interrupt you, man. I didn't mean to, but everything that you said is exactly what I've been saying with Ben Simmons. I don't think Ben Simmons really cares that much about basketball. I think Ben Simmons at this point, and I told them, if Ben Simmons replicates another year like he had last year, it's over because ain't nobody wanting him at this point.
Pack him up at that point, PSP.
He needs to retire after next year. Once his contract runs up,
gone.
His contract is done in another 2 years.
Send him to Wuhan, send him to Guangdong. It don't matter.
I guarantee you in his contract year, he gonna ball out.
Hold on, leave. I gotta respond to you. You said James Harden needs to go to Taiwan. Why not Ben Simmons?
Ben Simmons needs to go, and Ben Simmons needs to go someplace worse.
He needs to go to India.
What, Shanghai?
Antarctica. I don't give a shit where you send him, bro. Send a nigga to the North Pole, bro. Fuck him. That's where I'm at with him. Fuck him.
No, yeah, it's crazy. Once that contract is up, he's done.
Yeah. Well, right?
Once he gets his contract, he's going to start trying to ball out. Why?
He is from Australia, and he tried to get into the FIBA Cup, but they were like, look, Ben needs to work on his confidence and his mental issues. I believe two things could be true with Ben Simmons.
Right.
I do believe he is suffering from mental issues, and clearly you can see that on the court. His confidence. Dude doesn't even want to attempt a basket, and we all knew
this shit is crazy, bro.
And
I thought we was playing basketball to get away from your mental issues.
That's what I
thought we played basketball for.
PSP, you know why? We know why I don't give the pass, right? And I'm curious what Coach has to say about this too. Because it's being that he does coach, you have to kind of be a psychologist or a therapist to a certain extent, right? To kind of tap into certain things. So I will say this, in my opinion, right? And I think it would be, I don't want to be disingenuous when I say this, but it's self-imposed. Your mental health is based on the perception that people have of you, right? And the perception that people have of you is your lack of effort and your lack of motor. That's a you thing. You are self-sabotaging yourself by not working on your craft, by not being aggressive, right? By not putting enough work so that way you can be confident, because confidence comes from being prepared. And if you're not confident, then there's a reason why you're not confident, because you're not prepared and you're lazy. So we see the talent, but we don't see the motor, and you're blaming it on mental issues. So the thing is, you're telling us that you're not ready for the NBA life. You want the spoils of the NBA life, but you don't want to put the necessary work in. And then when it gets hard for you, you're complaining about what the perception is about you. So I'm curious at what the coach thinks about that, because, you have to tap in and you have to kind of figure out these people as a puzzle, you know what I mean? To not only as an individual, but to come together. So what do you think about that, Coach?
Well, first of all, your mental issue, his mental problem is tested right when he went to college. He didn't even go to class. So your mental toughness is questioned right then and there. And it happens on all phases of the game, man. It's including like how people talk to you and everything, how you coach it all. I don't think he takes that really well. I don't think he takes criticism really well. That's all a mental issue that he's never got out. But to me, that was tested when in LSU when he didn't even go to class. He didn't even want to go to class. That should have told you something right then and there.
Hey, coach, if you don't mind me asking, what level do you coach on?
I coach basketball. I coach basketball, and I coach 4, 5, and 6-year-olds. Flag football. All right.
Oh, you do? Oh, you coach flag football? I do that stuff too. Yeah, I work at I-9 Sports in Union County, so we know it's hard teaching 4, 6-year-olds flag football. But hey, man,
it is.
But fellas, last topic, and we got to wrap it up here. Start, bench, or cut. Anyone who checked out the episode earlier, I told you how I feel about Kyler Murray. Where should I want Kyler Murray to be traded to? I think he should be traded to the ATL, Atlanta Falcons. I think the Arizona Cardinals, they get the number 1 pick. They draft Caleb Williams out of USC. As for Atlanta, you pair Kyler with Kyle Pitts. You pair him up with Drake London, Bijan Robinson, the plethora of weapons. If there's any quarterback that the ATL fantasizes about Michael Vick besides Lamar and Justin Fields, I think it's Kyler. And it's the NFC South, arguably the worst division in football other than the AFC South. And I think they need a quarterback. And plus, Goated and other people have said that ATL, who knows, they could compete in the NFC.
Yeah.
So Tua Tagovailoa, Kyler Murray, or Justin Fields. Start, bench, or cut. Context, I'm going to let you go first.
That's an interesting one.
So that is very interesting because I do have a little bit of a bias for Tua. I loved him in college, even though a lot of people say that he was filled with abundances of riches. But a thing that Chill says is that you can have all the goods and still mess it up, right? You can have all the guys and not put them in the right positions for them to be all successful, right? So I love his accuracy. I think the injury took a lot away from his being able to generate power to be that stronger thrower. But I think if he's able to stay healthy and get older, get stronger, I think the power will come with it. And I think him in Miami is a great fit. So to answer your question, I would start Tua for right now. I would bench Kyler Murray. And I will have to cut Justin Fields. I think Justin Fields, I haven't gotten enough. I think he's in a tough position, right? I don't think he has enough personnel yet. I don't think he has enough reps yet. I think he's still a work in progress. The raw tools are there, right? He kind of reminds me of Terrell Pryor. You remember Terrell Pryor?
Yes.
I remember Terrell Pryor.
Braxton Miller. He's in that. He's in that realm, but to be fair,
he's not Terrell Pryor. Hopefully, he's not like Terrell Pryor.
Garbage.
Well,
the passer he meant.
Well, that's the thing about it. Like that's the development that has to take place, and to put him in the right position. So that's why I'm a little bit lower on him. So that would be my start, bench, cut. I will go with Tua start, bench Kyler, and then I would say cut Justin Fields. And also to be fair. I think Kyler Murray kind of does get a bad rap, especially because of that whole video games thing with the Madden thing. I think he did get
homework clause.
Yeah, the homework clause. I think that was very unprofessional with Arizona by doing that. Like, talk about unprofessionalism, right? But that's the name of the game with the football. Football, the shield matters the most. So it doesn't matter how the player looks, right? We will throw a star player under the bus. Don't matter like how much money he could generate for us. It doesn't matter. We will throw you under the bus to protect the shield. It doesn't matter. But I think that was a bad thing that they did to, like, I don't think they should have done that. But that's my start, bench, cut.
All right, you start to bench Kyler, cut Fields. And context to add more on, yes, it was unprofessional on the Cardinals' part to put that clause in his contract, making it public. But at the same time, if you're Kyler and his agent, why would you sign that if you knew that was a part of the contract? If that was a part of the contract, no, I'm not signing this, even though it's the amount of money. Why would you put an independent study clause in my contract? Now, Kyler, he did admit, though, He doesn't spend a lot of time watching film. He said, I
That's
was
fair.
just blessed with the cognitive skills to just go out there and just see it before it happens.
That's
I
fair.
don't sit there for 24 hours and break down this team and that team. Kyler shouldn't have said that
No,
because
you don't
it
say
comes-
that. You don't say
Yeah,
that.
you're not supposed to say that.
Yeah,
But
especially with the position that you're in. But look, I love Kyler. Don't get. I mean, folks, I'm an OU fan, and I got a Kyler Murray poster in
Yeah.
my wall. Anyone who knows
But-
me knows I'm a Kyler dude. So I hope for Kyler he turns it around, and he probably won't start until midway of the season.
yeah,
And P5, before I let you go, Tyson said that's not true. Ben's been hooping in the rec. Tyson, I feel you with that, but here's the thing: we've seen Ben Simmons shoot when he got his contract. We saw Ben Simmons shoot in the rec after him losing to Atlanta, and we're seeing him now. So, what difference does it make with the workouts, though? That's the thing.
He's
So
not a
we've seen
bright
it
lights
before,
player.
Ben Simmons. So, P5, start, bench, or cut between Tua, Kyler, and Fields.
as of right now, like as of today, I'd probably agree with context. But if I'm projecting for next year and maybe the year after, I'd probably start. Man, I don't know, man. I really like Justin Fields, but okay, I'm going to start Tua, bench Fields, cut Kyler.
All right, and that's I don't think that's bad to say because here, look, Tua and Kyler, the problems with them is just durability. Tua's problem has not been game, and I agree with context. People really just look at what he had in Alabama and say, well, he had an embarrassment of riches, but at the same time, you can't teach the accuracy.
Right.
My thing with Kyler is, look, awesome athlete,
That's a fact.
incredible like maneuverability in the pocket, right? He's got a cannon, but it's just the throws over the middle of the field is really shaky, especially the short range, and the decision making isn't really all the way there. The decision making isn't really there for Kyler either. I like Fields. I think he's a better athlete. I think he's got the best arm talent out of all three of them, and if I'm projecting for next year, I think Fields' accuracy and how he play and how much more comfortable he is with the Bears' offense, especially that offense that they were running towards the end of last year. So I think Justin Fields is going to look a lot better. And Tua, he's just really accurate. He's improved his decision making over the years. I think his arm talent, he doesn't have he doesn't have a cannon or anything, but I still think he's a really, really good quarterback. I think he's better than Fields and
you know what, P5, you know where Justin Fields needs to talk to? He needs to talk to Tom House. That's the dude who worked with Jalen Hurts last year as far as with a passer.
That's a
perfect name. That is a perfect name, PSC. Perfect name.
He needs to see a quarterback's coach that can help him as far as with his mechanics and fundamentals. And look,
one thing that he does a lot is pigeon toe, and
but I think with Chicago there are a lot more problems than Justin Fields. The offensive line, that was a problem. Their defense, they were horrible last year. They were dead last in the NFL. So Justin Fields may not be the most accurate quarterback in the world, but you did get him DJ Moore, who I like. I mean, he's an underrated wide receiver. And I think with Justin Fields, you have a talented quarterback. And he has the intangibles. So I feel like if you build around him, kind of like how the Eagles did with Jalen Hurts, with those intangibles, I think he'll be fine. So, Nate, start, bench, or cut? Tua, Kyler, or Fields?
I got to start Kyler. He has the most consistent success. I just came at his best. He's the most mobile of those three. And
more mobile than Fields?
Is he more mobile than Fields? Is he?
I think he's more elusive.
Okay.
In smaller spaces. I see what you mean. Like in the smaller spaces, the quicker.
I think Fields is faster, but I think that's fine.
You know how like a guy like LeBron is more like a horse. Like once he starts getting it going, he's fast, but he's not necessarily
like Ja's quickness. Like is shifting within the little spaces, just going from burst. I got you.
Yeah. So like the shift is different with Kyler. I also think he's more exciting to watch.
And
I think Tua is so pure. Had he gotten hurt, he would have been incredible. He's such a pure passer. Like his ability to play, like people really rock with him. He's a great leader. injuries really killed him, and that's why I gotta bench him. Like it's tough, man. Like I gotta cut Justin Fields.
So you would start Kyler, bench Tua, cut Fields.
I say cut Fields.
Okay. Context has start Tua, bench Kyler, cut Fields. P5 said start Tua, bench Fields, cut Kyler. Leaf, you're up.
This is this can change. This list can change. By the end of this time next year. But as of right now, I got Tua. I'm gonna start Tua for now. I'm not really big on Kyler. I think he's Russell Wilson Jr. And y'all know how I feel about him. So I'm a bench Kyler. Even though Kyler's a little bit more elusive in the pocket and small spaces, absolutely. But I'm a bench Kyler, and then Justin Fields I got to cut. Unfortunately, I think Justin Fields is arguably one of the most dangerous players in our division. As a Packer fan, I ain't gonna lie to you. Like, I mean, if the Bears ever get anything together, or if Justin Fields get in a situation where he can excel, man, I think he's gonna be pretty solid in the future. But as of right now, that's my list. I think that could change. Also, I wanted to say that Kyler Murray trade that you had to Falcons, I think that would not only push them to I already had them hosting the NFC Championship game, but I have them. If that trade happens, I have them winning the NFC Championship game and going to the Super Bowl. Absolutely, wow. Yeah, because I'm looking at their schedule, and I gotta be honest, this shit looks like a 12-win schedule to me. I'm not even gonna lie to you. It honestly looks like a 12+ win schedule to me. Yeah, I mean they got some. These are some. This shit look like some goddamn. This look like a steak and crab dinner schedule, bro. Like, I ain't gonna lie to you, bro. Like, this shit is lunch, bro. Like, if they don't win a division, this shit is steak and lobster, bro. Like, come on, bro. This is ridiculous. Like, so this has to be at least minimum 11-win schedule, and enough to probably usher them at the top of the NFC and get them that bye week and have their home field in Atlanta. So I think
Coach,
yeah.
Right, go ahead, Leaf. No.
I'm finished. Go ahead.
No, it's all good. Coach Dante, who you starting, benching, and cutting?
What's up?
Oh man.
Oh, my fault.
I'm like P5. I love Justin Fields, man. If you have to run for 1,000 yards as a quarterback, and that shows you how bad that offensive line was and how much he made something out of nothing last year. I done seen him do that consistently. The way that offensive line blocked. He didn't also have the best receivers. Darnell Mooney is a number 2 receiver at best. Chase Claypool hasn't done nothing since his rookie year. I just feel bad for Justin Fields, but I'm gonna go Tua, Justin Fields, and Kyler Murray. But I think Justin Fields has a higher ceiling. I really do. He got DJ Moore from Carolina, who's very underrated. And they also got a tight end from Green Bay, Robert Tonyan. He's not that tight end.
They did. They sure did. We did give up on Robert Tonyan, man.
So I kind of like the Bears this year. I kind of like the back here. The Bears as kind of a sleeper a little bit.
I have them over the Lions winning the division. Actually, if somehow, some way we come out of this division, I swear I'm laughing at every Bears fans I know.
All right, so Coach Dante, before I give Brandon the floor, you starting Tua, you benching Fields, and you cutting Kyler.
Yes.
All right, just to make sure on that. Brandon, who you starting, benching, or cutting between Tua, Kyler, and Fields?
I'm starting Kyler. I'm benching Tua and I'm cutting Fields. I think Fields got potential and stuff, but we got to see what will happen when he finally got a number 1 receiver now in DJ Moore. So we got to see what will happen there. But if this is a win healthy argument, I'm starting Kyler. I'm benching Tua. Tua was in the MVP conversation and all that type of stuff, and I'm benching Fields. So yeah.
All right, and for me, I start Tua. I think Tua is the best passer amongst them. I just think Tua's concern is, I think Tua is the best passer. I like his natural accuracy, Brandon. Kyler and Fields may have the stronger arm, but I like Tua's natural accuracy, the anticipatory. That was the thing that he had coming out of college, and a lot of people just ignored that and paid attention to his size, the lack of arm strength, and the embarrassment of weapons, as context eloquently brought up. But I feel like people have underrated Tua. I mean, look, you can make the argument, hey, Brian Flores saw what he saw in Tua, which is why he wanted Justin Herbert in the draft, not Tua. But I like Tua. I think Tua has a lot. I'm benching Kyler because, again, even though Kyler, I got concerns about the maturity and the stuff like that, but I think when healthy, I think he's better than Justin Fields because athletically, even though Justin Fields might be the second fastest quarterback in the NFL. I mean, there's still Lamar. We can't ignore Lamar. Justin Fields is right up there. But Kyler Murray ain't shabby, folks. At 5'10", 5'8", and what he can do as far as with his legs, I mean, go look at the play he did against the Raiders in that the second 2-point conversion. It took him like 20-plus seconds in order to pull off that play. Very few it's hard to see a quarterback do that for that extended amount of time and then cut Fields. But I think if Fields, now that he has a number one wide receiver in DJ Moore, like I said, he should spend time working with Tom House, the quarterback's coach, who worked with Jalen Hurts, who helped Jalen Hurts' game. And look what happened with Jalen Hurts. He played just as well in the Super Bowl. No shame losing to Patrick Mahomes and the Kansas City Chiefs. And then ultimately, he got his bag. He got his bag, and the Eagles have not looked back since they traded Carson Wentz away. So I start Tua, I bench Kyler, and I cut Fields. Fellas, any comments before we wrap it up?
Listen, for any of for anybody that's a Knicks fan, I need y'all to cut this shit out about getting Mikal Bridges. Y'all went from goddamn. I need to cut that shit out, bro. Just please. I need y'all to cut it out. We're not giving y'all Mikal Bridges. You're never gonna get him. By the time y'all get him, his basketball IQ is gonna be flushed because he plays for the Knicks. The Knicks is one of those teams that can win a championship right now, and y'all still gonna be known as the Knicks. Deal with it. We've been here for 10 years. Y'all been here since the 1940s. Y'all are always gonna be in the shitter. It's just that simple. So leave Mikal Bridges name alone. Just because y'all got 3 Villanova players don't mean y'all can get Mikal Bridges. It's over. That's it. I'm washing my hands with this situation, bro. That's
if Mikal Bridges won't play for it all comes down to him at the end of the day. If you want to be a Knick, we'll get him.
No.
If you don't want to be a Knick and he's comfortable in Brooklyn, that's cool. But if you want to win a championship, play for New York.
You didn't just. I'm gonna just forget that you said that. All right. I'm gonna just ignore that you said that. Listen.
Yo, at the end of the day, we improved last year. We added 2 guard like Mikal Bridges, coming off his career high year shooting the basketball. If we can get a guy like that and give up Julius Randle, who played one of the worst playoff series yet again in his playoff career, like, bro, we got deep in the. I don't want to say deep, but we got deep.
Hold on, wait, hold on. You trying to hold on, PSP, my fault, brother. Hold on, brother. Let me
continue.
Let me see if I'm hearing this correctly. Are you trying to offload Julius Randle to the Nets? Is that what hearing?
That's what he's trying to do.
Don't ever respectfully, my brother.
That's what he's trying to do.
Brooklyn as a borough, I speak for Brooklyn as a borough. We do not want Julius Randle. We already see what he does for New York. I'm not taking that to Brooklyn.
No, under no circumstances.
Never.
No,
couldn't pay me.
There's nobody on y'all roster that we want. Put it that way.
25-12. He's 25-12, just not in the playoffs.
Well, we're not taking that.
a
Respectfully,
25-12 guy. Give us Mikal Bridges. Mikal Bridges wasn't averaging 25 till he got to Brooklyn, right?
Yes, that's a sick trade. I would not do that. The potential that Mikal Bridges has as not only a defender, right? He has the motor, right? He has the IQ. He understands how to get off the ball. He plays off ball, right? So that's the offensive side. On top of that, the defensive side, when Julius Randle can't. All right, let's be serious. Okay, let me not even be disrespectful to NBA players because
don't continue.
No,
this.
talk that
Don't
junk.
don't continue this.
No.
Don't continue.
So
this.
We got like 10 minutes, but we can continue.
Yeah. All right, my fault, Piers. But I want to say this, right? And I understand what you're saying, my brother. Like, I understand the stats and the production, but sometimes numbers can be misleading. The numbers are the numbers, but they can be misleading. His usage rate is crazy, brother. So he's putting up these shots, but he has to take a lot of shots to do it. You need to put the ball in his hand a lot. And do you think that he has the greatest decision making? No. His shot making is pedestrian at best, right? But however, he is physical, and that's why they did well with him, because Jalen Brunson was able to take away the decision making, just made him into a finisher. Catch, shoot, do your terrible shots, your fadeaways and all that thing, but at least you don't have the ball in your hand that much.
Exactly, and he in the more one-on-one
Julius Randle
situation.
even top 25?
No.
He's not even top 40. He's not even top 40. He's not even top 40.
He's fringe top 45.
Would you say he's top 50 contest?
Not top 25. I gotta say, because he averages, at the end of the day, although he doesn't show up in the playoffs, and the playoffs is a whole nother animal, so therefore I can't have him in the top 25 because of that. But in the regular season, that's a whole nother.
Take that shit down now, bro.
He could be. You don't think he could be? There's 30 teams there's 30 teams in the NBA. You don't think he could be not top 25, but top like 35? I think so. That's what I was saying. Hold on, but let me say this, just to give to your point, right? And I'm not taking away, like, you made a great point, but also I think you're disregarding this point. What I'm saying is there are some things as empty calories, right? And to me, 100%. He gives as far as everybody that I've seen that's an all NBA player, he's the one that gives me the most empty calories. It's kind of like you need the points from him, but the way that he gets it, you don't need the way that he gets it, right? You need the production, but not the way that he gets it.
Context. You know the best analogy for Julius Randle in terms of empty calories? Dak Prescott.
Wow. 100%. Perfect. But Dak Prescott is still a top 12, top 13 quarterback at least, right?
Oh boy.
Yes. Yo.
End this show, bro. End this show now. End it now.
Just the regular season. Just the regular season. Isolate the playoffs. Just the regular season.
So let me just say this, because we're gonna be here forever. Because I'm
about to leave,
and we could say we could definitely save it for another one. PSB, I know you want to handle your business.
No, I'm good. But I just gotta hurry up because my mom is probably about to scream and shit. But
it's all good. No, but I will say this, right?
Shit show. End this text.
I'm gonna just say this. Let me just say this to the brother, because I don't want to dismiss his point, right? I don't want it to be.
I do.
But I will say this, right? With that Prescott, it's necessary, right? Like, I get what you're saying. The production is necessary, right? But it's also in the quarterback position. We don't grade. There's two levels. We grade you on floor raising, right? And then we also grade you on ceiling raising. And especially with quarterbacks, when it's time to get the job done, we need you to ceiling raise, right? You can do all this fluff during the regular season when it doesn't really count, but when it really counts, we need you to ceiling raise. And the same thing with Julius Randle. For me, Julius Randle doesn't even floor raise, to be honest with you. Like, his play style,
we became a playoff team with Julius Randle, and at the same time, we haven't had elite spacing. And for a guy like Julius Randle, has to operate more in the mid post. For him to have expanded his game to the 3-point line, I'll give him credit on that. I don't like him. I want him off my team. I would trade him for Mikal Bridges in a heartbeat. But when I look at how he's improved since his first year as a Knick, I can't act like he didn't put time into some reason. It doesn't translate to the playoffs. It doesn't knock down shots in the playoffs.
Nate, here's where
I'm leaving.
No, Nate. Here's the thing. You make a point as far as the improvement with Julius Randle, but the problem with him is he sells for too many damn jump shots instead of posting up more. You're six. No, you're 6'9", 250.
You need spacing. But to a degree, you need spacing. I hate him. Don't get it twisted. But I do think, from a basketball perspective, if you want to maximize Julius Randle, because we're stuck with him, you sign him to a big contract. If you want to maximize him, you got to get him spacing. The same thing with Jalen Brunson. They don't have elite spacing.
100%.
No.
So, if you can get him spacing, He can
Yes,
be comfortable.
we agree there. He would be better. He would be better utilized if he had the spacing. But the problem is, ain't no way in hell Brooklyn is trading Mikal Bridges for Julius Randle.
Never.
Now I understand you as a Knicks fan, you would do that, but Brooklyn damn sure ain't gonna do that. Brooklyn ain't gonna do that.
As a borough, we're not doing it.
Me
As
and
a
you in the
borough,
front.
forget about the
I put
team.
it to you this way, bro. Me and you in the front office, bro, and you call my phone with that bullshit, bro. You'll never get it.
Bro, I will give you 4 picks.
You'll never get
You're
another call
blocked.
from me.
No, you're blocked.
I'll give
You're
you
blocked.
4 picks.
You
I'll
are
give you guys 4
blocked.
picks.
The Kimbe, bro. Like it's you out of here. No,
Bro, I would give you 4 picks. I'll give you whatever you want. I'll give you Julius Randle 4 picks.
you're not getting him.
Listen, brother. All money is
Nick,
not
you
good
seem
money,
desperate,
and
my
Julius
man. You
Randle
are
money
that
ain't good money.
I'm like, why is Knicks fans so hell bent on this new
Because we trying to raise because we trying to raise his trade value. We trying to raise his trade value.
Leaf, what you fail to realize, Leaf, like I mentioned, Julius Randle, Dak Prescott, New York Knicks, Dallas Cowboys. Are the Knicks just as crazy or delusional as the Dallas
Listen,
Cowboys?
I see the correlation, but at the same time, bro, like this is really not about none of those names that you just mentioned. This is about the New York Knicks trying to build this new Villanova program that they think is gonna work because the shit worked in college with those 4 players, bro. They like, listen, it's not gonna work. Y'all are the Knicks.
But don't be disrespectul though, because Jalen Brunson can play. Obviously, we saw in the playoffs. We had an opportunity to go out and see. Honestly, I was shocked they gave up Obi Toppin. Because
I wasn't shocked at that. I wasn't shocked at that.
Nate, I wasn't shocked at all. And you know why? Because the Knicks were dumbasses by taking him with the 8th pick instead of Tyrese Halliburton. They needed a point guard at that time.
100%.
But I can't go back there. But I can't go back there anymore. Now we got Obi Toppin.
Please save that for the next episode. I would love to deep dive into that for sure.
Please.
We will discuss that for the next episode. Fellas, we got to wrap it up. Brandon, any last comments, man? And tell them where to follow you, my man.
Oh yeah, follow me on YouTube. It's Brandon from the Block on YouTube. On Instagram, BBed923, TikTok, BBed923. I got my own show as well called The Throwdown. PSP do be there and leave context and my other dogs, man. If y'all want to show up, pop out, y'all can, man. Start so.
Hey, Brandon, real quick before I leave, bro. Listen, I left a comment. I think you reported on the comment. Listen, I'm shutting that shit. Listen, that whole Lakers charade that been happening on your show. The next time I get on there, bro, I'm shutting that shit down. I'm ending it completely. Ending it completely. I'm sick and tired of it. I had to put an end to that Boston Celtics charade, and now I got to put an end to the Lakers charade.
PSP too. Leaf is like a Disney Channel villain, bro. I'm telling you, he just comes out and terrorizes.
But it starts on either Monday or
Disney
Tuesday.
Channel, Cartoon Network too.
Yeah, but it starts on Mondays or Tuesdays at 7:00 Eastern time.
Definitely gonna tap in then, Brandon, for sure.
I'm gonna tag in.
I put the YouTube in the chat.
I gotta put an end to that corny ass Lakers logic, man. I gotta put a stop to that.
Coach Dante, tell them where to follow you, my man, and appreciate you for hopping on.
Man, anytime. Nice to meet all you great fellas up here. But
for sure.
Other than that, y'all can find me in Coach Dante YouTube. You type Coach Dante in, it pops up right then and there. You follow me on Instagram at Coach Dante 31. And by the way, my one last comment also, Keontae George had a hell of a game tonight. 33 points, 10 assists. He's been killing
man.
The Utah.
He was hooping. That boy was hooping.
That dude is nice.
He was going off.
No doubt. Leaf, where to follow you, man?
Follow me at Instagram, Leaf_4788, or at Twitter, at Leaf4788 without the underscore, or at YouTube Leaf478 as well. I'm putting an end to all Lakers shit, bro. I'm putting an end to all that bullshit that y'all spitting online, bro. Like, I'm sick of it, bro. I'm done. I'm putting that shit to sleep for once and for all.
Context. Tell them where to follow you, man.
Well, I'm y'all could catch me around. Y'all know how I give it up, man. I like to support my fellas. I'm working on my socials right now to kind of get that back active. So I don't really have nothing right now for y'all can follow me at, but I'm always tapping into PC. Y'all can really catch me over there. Catch me on, wherever sports is happening at. I might pop through. Also on Big Ak Bob. I'll be the graveyard shift. I'll be tapped into
Oh
that.
yeah. I'll be
my
seeing you
social is
contests
coming
for sure.
soon. You know, I'm not really a social media guy and like really on YouTube like that. This is really kind of like opportunity for spread my wings. But I appreciate you guys for allowing me to chime in, you know what I mean, and chop it up with you guys for sure. Salute.
Anytime, my man, anytime, context. And always remember, you're always more than welcome to come here. Just pretend it's like home, my man. Always feel welcome to hop on.
Appreciate that.
No problem. Nate, man, tell them where to follow you, dog.
Yeah, follow me on John Superman. And I feel the same way. I really wasn't into social media. I really got into it just to help record some of my work, especially me coaching and training players. That was a great way for me to stay tapped in because at the end of the day, the kids are into social media, you know? So it's real hard to stay away from it. I feel the same way. I'm a guy that likes to stay away from it, but I started to see the only way you can monetize it is if you have your social media going.
That's a fact.
So as far as like my cousin, Parnell is actually my first cousin, like actual cousin. And, you know, anytime I have an opportunity to connect with my family, especially about something that, you know, we both enjoy sports. I always felt like, you know, sports really brings people together. You know, it's something you can argue with. My brothers, you know, some of my best friends I've connected over sports. So it's kind of great to be able to connect with him again on something that we both enjoy. So it's been great to connect with all of you. You know, Coach Dante had a chance to, you know, get to know him the first pod. I always feel like he seems like the voice of reason. You know, he never says anything too crazy. You know what I mean? He just gives you exactly what it's going to be. So it's cool connecting with y'all. So, you know, I hope I do it more often.
Always, man. And you'll always, fellas, always welcome to hop on the podcast anytime. I will always send the StreamYard link on the YouTube. If y'all want to at me, contact me as far as hopping on, you're always more than welcome. Well, that concludes the rest of the episode, folks. It's your boy Sports PSP. I want to thank the panel for hopping on. Brendan from the block, Leaf, P5, Context Matters, Nate, Coach Dante.
Yes, sir.
The list goes on and on. I apologize for those who I haven't mentioned their name. Anyway, to follow me, go like and subscribe to the YouTube channel, Sports PSP. Also, go follow me on Instagram, TikTok, Facebook, and Twitter. We is out, and y'all enjoy the rest of y'all weekend. Peace.
Keep it up, PSP, my boy.